Hello. How are you doing? Sleepy Monday, huh? I hope you're okay. Instead of asking how you're doing, it's a mistake I repeat often. Um, considering that you're not talking. Before we go into the game, I caught a very interesting video, which is basically Mukluk reacting to another video. So I'm gonna react to Mukluk's reactions. This is so shitty. Okay, don't consider it a reaction. A reaction. It's just I find it interesting. I want to watch it. I want to see what both of them have to say. Um, because it's titled "The Worst Part About Guild Wars 2 That Needs to Change." The original is by Evan 4K, and then the reaction is going to be by Mukluk. But I'm just going to watch the combined end result, and I'll let both of them talk, and then I'll also talk, and all that shit. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I usually save that for Saturdays, but I just wanna. I don't know. I just wanna. Besides, there's no rush. I've got a 6-hour stream today. Some of it can be about this, and it's still Guild Wars related, and so why the fuck not, right? So yeah, we're going to do that. You're going to suffer my horrible commentary on that shit. I wonder if I should be showing you that instead of, uh, myself on Guild Wars. Probably yes, but it's only the. I guess it's only the what you call it. Just the sound that we want, right? So it shouldn't be. It shouldn't matter too much. I should be able to wait.
First frame here on this video from Evan.
Okay, that might be a little bit too loud for you. Um, maybe here.
4K. I have never seen this individual's work before, but a bunch of people sent this to me and they were like, hey,
Okay, Mukluk is fine. How's the other guy?
this guy has.
You can't have good without the bad. There are all.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I think this is okay. Maybe a little bit louder, just to make sure. Maybe there, and then I can pause and just say what I want to say. Also, let me see if my microphone picks it up, and also if you hear background noise, that's just my flatmate doing stuff in the kitchen. It's not my time to stream. Normally, I stream like 2 hours later than this, or very early in the morning. And since this is like literally in between, uh, just take the sounds and don't worry about it. And they will subside at around like my starting hour. That still is valid, so But until then, just just vibe with it, I guess. Vibe with the kitchen sounds. Get some ASMR, and we're gonna watch this and see what happens. So we only want sound, right? And so don't consider this a reaction video. It's not a reactionception. It's just I want to see what these two guys have to say because I also have my own opinions on what needs to change and the worst part, all that shit. Um, yeah, and what else? I don't have much else to tell you. Not a lot has changed since I was live on Saturday, which was interesting. This war of mine and the conversation it spawned with Kaori and Neris was very interesting. But not a lot has changed. I don't have any news to report. I slept better. I'm starting to sleep better. That's it. And the weather is getting extremely warm over here in Greece, and that's very annoying. But air conditioners are a thing. Well, mandatory if you're living in Greece, actually. So I'll be okay. All right. So you're gonna be watching my character selection and listening to these two having not a one-sided conversation with each other, but like a two-sided conversation with each other. Or is it a two-sided conversation without each other, and then I'm on top as a one-sided conversation about both of them? Something like that. I don't fucking know. But yeah, and keep in mind, obviously, I'm not responsible for whatever these two are going to say. and I'm not here to like shit on them or something. I'm just curious, and I'm just gonna offer my opinion on whatever is being said, not on the persons. Okay, so yeah, and I know that some people are like, some people take issue with, oh, you're regurgitating their content and making content on their content. What if I just want to watch the video with you and then just like also give an opinion on it? What then? Like, what am I supposed to do? Um, I have zero editing skills. I have zero interest in increasing my editing skills. I'm a low key streamer. Like, what do I have to earn? Like, I'm not gonna get anything out of this. I'm not doing it for, to piggyback on giant shoulders or something. Um, it's like, calling you over to my place and we're sitting on our couch and we're just watching it and commenting, and that's it, literally. There's no other motive or design behind this. So, again, if that kind of thing hurts you on a principle in your fifties directly, I guess come back in an hour and I'll be in game, or don't. I don't mind, whatever. All I'm trying to say is that, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have to excuse myself to you. Fuck off. Let's go. Let's hear what they have to say.
So, we have got a very attractive first frame here on this video from Evan 4K. I have never seen this individual's work before.
I haven't either. And to be honest, the only reason I know about Mukluk is is all the guides, and of course by word of mouth a little bit in the game and all that. Yeah.
But a bunch of people sent this to me and they were like, hey, this guy.
I think I have commented before on one of Mukluk's things. I think it was about something or other. I don't fucking remember. But yeah, he's great, I hear. So, go subscribe, follow, or whatever. And I have no idea about Evan, so I just can't say a single word about that. But Mukluk, yeah, from what I know at least, worth it. Maybe check his content, whatever.
Guy has some good conversation. You should check this out. I watched the first couple of minutes and I was like, you know what? I will. So shout out to Evan. I'm going to link this in the chat if any of you want to watch it or update it, all that good stuff. And I'll do that again at the end. So
nobody ever suggests that I react to something. All this fucking catastrophe that you're about to watch is of my own doing, and I cast it upon you shamelessly and without regret, you fucking peasants.
let's see what Evan has to say for 5 reasons Guild Wars 2 frustrates players.
Guild Wars 2 has proven that it is.
I'll give you the primary reason why Guild Wars 2 frustrates players, new players. It's usually because they are kind of like troglodytes. I'm sorry. That's how you are in every MMO when you start. And going by what I see on Reddit, like an 8 out of 10 fucking posts or something, 6 out of 10 posts or something, is like, I don't know what to do. What do you want us to say, buddy? What the fuck do you want us to say? Do you want us to hold your hand? Like, should we stroke you a little bit as well while you're playing? Like, I don't know, man. Just go in there and play. Like, what the fuck? It's not that hard. So, the troglodytism encountered on Reddit makes me believe that, like, honestly, for some people, the worst part is playing the game for some reason, any game. Because also I see the same in. Okay, I don't see it in Final Fantasy because the hand holding is like through the fucking roof. But like any game you take, it's like, okay, what do I do now? I never understood this. Anyway.
It is one of the best MMOs on the market, launching over 10 years.
Hold on a second. I just remembered there are some mere mortals here. I will slow it down from my normal YouTube speed.
Thank you. Holy shit, thank you for that. Because if I were going to watch this in high speed, oh my god, no, I can never do that. Thank you,
Guild Wars
Mukluk.
2 has proven that it is one of the best MMOs on the market, launching over 10 years.
Wait, one of the best MMOs in the market? It's well known. Is it one of the best? Is it? What metrics are we going by? I mean, I love the game, but is it one of the best? It does some things really fucking well. It's a big name. It's a big name. Guild Wars 2, it's a big name. Is it one of the best MMOs? I mean, perhaps? I don't know, just question marks all over about this one. But okay, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm biased. I'll go for it. It's one of the best. Sure. I'm not even being sarcastic. Okay, I'll roll with that. Okay.
years ago and still going strong. But you can't have good without the bad. There are always things that could be improved, some things that might not be very good for the game. I've talked a lot in the past about the best things about Guild Wars 2. Now it's time to acknowledge...
Why did no one link me that one? I have never seen this individual's work before now. No one...
You know what I find quite funny? That Mukluk and this guy look very similar. I'm so sorry to both of you, by the way, if you ever watch my shitty videos. And like, you know, if you somehow watch this on YouTube. But like, I find it kind of funny. Like, wait, I'll show you. Not in a bad way. It's just so strange. Like, wait. Like, you can't tell me that there's something. There is something, right? I'm onto something a little bit. Plot twist, they're both the same person. Literally both the same person. Like, they're full VR chat the ID. So, no. Okay. Just an observation, but no, for real, they do look a little bit like each other, right? And they're both content creators for Guild Wars. Oh my god. Is this like the carcinification theory of gamers? Are we all going to become Mukluk? No. Oh my god. God damn it, I whizzed harder than I intended. Oh my god, that got me. Okay, so I hope not, but we'll see. Okay, back to our regular. There you go. But let's see where this goes.
Someone linked me, hey Muck, you should check out this video on...
I'm so sorry, by the way. I don't intend to say anything bad. But they do look a little bit alike. Like, you know, they're a little bit alike. No joke. Like, the nose, the eyes, the eyebrows, like even the hair a little bit. I don't fucking know, dude. I just found it funny.
The best things about Guild Wars 2. I know. I hear about this guy when he makes a video about the horrible things about Guild Wars 2. Then a bunch of people link it to me. You guys are such drama addicts. Oh my god.
some of the worst things.
Yeah. I mean, you say that, Mukluk, but have you been over to Final Fantasy? Do you want to see some real drama addicts?
Or maybe if you don't want to be too negative, we can just call it areas of improvement.
Areas of improvement? We're too far into Guild Wars 2 for that, buddy. They are worst parts. That's what they are. They're not areas of improvement anymore.
The first thing that I have to acknowledge right off the bat is that the game is too easy.
No, yo. For whom is it too easy? For whom is it too easy, friend? Wait, I'll wait. Let's go.
Of course, this could be subjective,
I'll let him finish making his point, then I'll do input.
Oh my god. Yeah, he had the same reaction as I did. Like, let me just observe this for a bit. This is a wild statement. I want to observe it in its natural habitat.
but hear me out on this. Generally speaking, every combat encounter is pretty straightforward. There isn't a whole lot of complexity to fighting at all. Once you grasp the basic mechanics, such as a rotation, avoiding red AoE circles, and dodge rolling away from danger, that's about it. It doesn't go much further.
It depends on which strata of the content we're talking about, and it also depends who we're talking about, because honestly, I have spent a huge amount of time like teaching people this fucking game and its end-game content to the capacity that I can teach it, right? Because I'm not like... I don't own any fucking certified hero academies for Guild Wars, but I have taught a few people like in my quote-unquote career. And by a few, I mean actually quite a lot. And let me tell you, they find Guild Wars very, very hard unless somebody tells them or shows them. And even then, half of them are still going to be finding all the encounters extremely hard. Like fractal CMs, like everything. They just are confounded. So, is it easy for me? Yes. Is it easy for Neris and Sam and so many other players, Bran and UV and, you know, other people that I've known, like Dev or Mel or like so many people that I've known that found it really okay, and yet the majority has fucking trouble with this game. It's a problem for them. Like a lot of encounters are a problem for them.
from there. Every
Okay, so as he's saying this, he's showing open world. And he's right. He's right. I just recently did the hardcore craft lock challenge where I went through the entire base game all the way up to Zaitan on a character without ever dying. And you know what? It wasn't even difficult. There was a couple of times.
And yet, Mukluk, I see people dying in open world too, like a lot. Like a lot. I see them confused and lost and not able to fucking contend with the enemies and getting down to basic mechanics, creating what I famously call, well, famously in my circles anyway, corpse carpets. Does that mean it's hard? No. But does it mean it's hard for at least the average player? Yeah. For some fucking reason. Don't ask me why. I don't agree with the statement, but they find it very hard.
When I was like, those are some guys fighting a bounty.
When in reality, it's very easy, but like I can't explain it. It's like, so for me to die in open world, that happens once every blue moon. Like, I don't know what to say about this because I don't want to say, oh, it's so easy, you are all scrubs, but like, it's easy. You're just scrubs. But does that mean that his statement is correct? It doesn't, because, for scrubs like yourselves, it isn't easy, and you shouldn't be criticized for that in a negative light. And then there is a question, should it be easy or should it be hard, and why? And I think it should be easy. And the why is because Guild Wars is famous for being casual friendly, and it should remain like that, at least for a good portion of the content, at least for open world, at least for nothing that isn't T4, and nothing that isn't like EOD strikes and above, and nothing that isn't a raid. It should remain easy, accessible, and fun to do. Even if you're good at the game, you can still have fun doing easy content. Easy and hard don't correlate to fun necessarily. Some people find difficulty fun. Not all, though. You can say I'm having fun when things are difficult, but is difficulty innately fun and everyone should find it fun? No, that's not a correct statement.
Over there, it's a gold mob. I'll join in. Whoa, I got clipped, almost died. That was a mistake. But
and also a player who enjoys hard content can also enjoy easy content. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you just want things easy. Sometimes you just want to sit back and play some Guild Wars, and you don't need it to be challenging. You don't want it filling you with existential dread and self-doubt in every encounter.
that was when I was like punching way above my pay grade. Like anything else was fine. And there's a few reasons for that. Like most of the mobs don't have curveballs. Like you don't find a mob that occasionally has warrior greatsword skills, or mobs that have stun breaks. Like if they wanted to make the open world harder, I would say one, like sprinkle some class abilities onto some of the random mobs, do something like that. And then also another reason that the world is very, very easy, and I'm not asking them to change this, I'm just saying it, we get fully healed when we're out of combat after like 2 seconds.
Yeah, that shouldn't change. I'm sorry. That should never change. And he's correct in that it happens, but you shouldn't change. You can exploit it, still shouldn't change. As for mobs having some basic abilities, yeah, I agree. They should have some limited stun breaks. They should probably have some condition cleanses, probably, just a bit. Just to show the player that, you actually have to reapply that, because otherwise that thing is going to remove it every now and then, not often. Just something to show you the basics and the concepts of like, oh, I get poisoned, I need to clean it. Oh, I get stunned, I need to break it. Just to show you. And to make it a little less brain dead, just a little bit less, not harder necessarily, just less brain dead. That would be nice, but also it's not necessary, I guess. And a lot of things would have to be completely rebalanced if that was the case. And also, you would be overwhelmed tracking multiple opponents for what they're doing. Are they stun breaking? Are they cleansing? Like, it could become a bit messy, I think.
That is part of the reason that hardcore challenges in games like World of Warcraft are so freaking difficult, is when you get out of combat and you're like barely escape, you gotta find a place where you can sit down and eat a chicken wing for 30 seconds because you're still in danger. Like, you're still low health and you're trying to find a safe spot where you can rest. We just snap back to full in like 2 seconds. So, like,
Snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Okay, but no, I wanted to say that, like, yeah, but I hated that in World of Warcraft. So yeah, just wanted to add that.
and again, in games like WoW, and I'm just comparing it to WoW because I've played a lot of WoW in the past. In games like WoW, if you are fighting and you get just like a second mob or a third mob aggroed onto you, that's really scary. In our game, you're naturally faster than a
Yeah, and that should remain like that. It's the action gameplay, right? So you don't want to change. You don't want to compromise that. You know.
almost everything. You could just run circles around them, shooting them. We have a self-heal that pops every 20 to 24 seconds, depending on the class. Like, our sustain is stupid compared to everything else. I will say that you know, that doesn't apply to the whole game. Like, game is too easy obviously doesn't apply to everything. There are fractal challenge modes, there are raid challenge modes that are just infinitely harder. But it is very common for players to get to max level doing 2 to 4k DPS, and they don't realize the people around them are doing 30. Like, the disparity is very wide.
They also don't realize that you can achieve the same thing if you just spend 10 minutes on a practice dummy, and they also don't want to do that. That shows you something socially for the game, like for the game's society, for the game, for the you get it, you understand. It shows you something. But yeah, what is being said here is true. But I will say, I would gladly give up self-sustain completely, even in open world. I would gladly give it up if we went for Trinity, if we went for tank heal DPS. Yeah, I would love that, honestly. Also, I would love if we had no fucking boons in the game and just everything was recalibrated to like work on that level. Maybe unpopular opinion, but I don't like boons. I would very much like if we just went Trinity and stayed there, and that's it.
Wide. Like, in World of Warcraft, if you got the best hunter in the game pumping damage and the worst hunter in the game pumping damage, let's say this is the difference between them. In our game, if you've got the best ranger in the game pumping damage, the worst ranger in the game is like way down here. He's
Maybe you need to see what is happening there, and so for that I will show you. Maybe actually let's just watch it, because yeah, so that's what he was saying. Wait 1 second, I'll show you.
is very wide. Like, in World of Warcraft, if you got the best hunter in the game pumping damage and the worst hunter in the game pumping damage, let's say this is the difference between them. In our game, if you've got the best ranger in the game pumping damage, the worst ranger in the game is like way down here. He's
Yeah, the worst one is riding your cock, that's for sure. You know, you're fucked. You're like, again, like what he said, 2 to 4k, and they're oblivious.
below the healers. Like, it is shocking how wide the disparity can be.
Yep.
Because we have so much freedom in things like buildcraft, you know? Like, you can make some truly awesome and some truly horrible things.
Open world event, meta event, dungeon, fractal, raid can be completed with not much difficulty. A large contributor to this, I would say, is power creep. Over the years, new things like elite specs or stat combos have been added to.
This is true. Back, like, if you just like look at the game 8 years ago and look at the game now, that it's blatantly obvious. When the Heart of Thorns added raids, it was scaled so that each person in the raid was doing like, if everyone in the raid that was a DPS was doing like 8 to 10k, you could kill the boss. Now, again, we're pumping like 30. If you're on a group and you're fighting Gorseval and you actually have to do the gliding mechanic, most people think you're bad.
Yeah, that's true.
If you've only been raiding a few months, you might not even know he has a gliding mechanic because your group's just blasted through it every time. Like, we skip entire phases of boss mechanics these days.
And that's nice. I personally like that, but okay.
So yeah, the power creep is absolutely a thing. That's why not long ago when they did that big nerf to everyone, they were trying to nerf everyone by about 15% across the board. And people asked me what I thought about it. I was like, great, they need to do it like 2 more times. Now, no one agreed with me. They're not hiring Mukluk, so you don't have to worry about that. But it's still crazy. Also, just this latest round of elite specs, every one of them, like Ritualist, Luminary, Paragon, they came onto the scene busted, and some of them have been.
They did. Paragon was extremely weak, DPS wise. It's okay now, but like just okay in my opinion. I mean, for the effort you're putting, I guess it's good. For the effort, yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, if we take effort into the equation, yeah.
Nerfed a bit in that latest round of nerfs, but for the most part, they are all still pretty busted. So yeah, power creep is a thing.
The game, and most of the time they are more effective than the old ones, which
Yes.
leads the older ones to be rebalanced.
And when he says most of the time, it's like 95% of the time.
This is something that I find also very interesting. I would really like if core specs became relevant, honestly, but they gotta sell the expansions, right?
There are some niche situations, mostly in PvP, where you could be like, oh yeah, core necro is great. But when you're in anything PvE, elite spec is better than the non-elite spec. Like 99.9%.
Sorry for sniffing.
PvE. In PvP, you could be like, oh yeah, you can make core engineer work. You can make a core necro work, sure. But it's it's like when you had Firebrand as that elite specialization, you get 3 additional weapons. Like that's staggeringly good.
Along with the new. However, older content doesn't usually get changed. So this old content that was originally created without.
Well, it's a circle. You can't change it because then you'll have to change your core shit. If you change your core shit, then you have to change how your expansions work. Then you have to change this. You have to change that. You have to. So they're not gonna go back and change the original content. They'll just take the power creep, and that's what they've been doing. And that's like, yeah, it's evident. So.
Any of these new things in mind will now be very easy to complete. I have noticed that I don't really feel challenged anymore in this game, and that can feel really boring. Open world events always succeed if there are a few players there. Meta events never.
Okay, so the reason why I have this theory, okay, the reason why metas succeed is there are 2 reasons they're going to succeed, and why they succeed most often. They don't fail anymore, right? So one of them, sheer numbers. Imperial Guard, you know, for every 1 person on the ground, there's like 10 people just wailing on the boss, brute forcing it. They get down, they get rest, they go back in. It's literally fucking boots on the ground. Like they're literally fucking Imperial Guard. They're guardsmen. Like they drop by the tens, by the dozens, right? But in the end, you just have enough to fucking brute force it. That's one reason. And the other reason is that sometimes, even if that is not enough, there's always going to be 1 or 2 or even more players that at that point you can consider them hero units, if this was a strategy game, that are absolutely OP and they're going to demolish the boss. And sometimes there's like a middle ground where somebody also thinks to bring some support and to bring some healing, and that exponentially increases your survival chances. And then when the event is popular or necessary, either or both, all of these things are going to converge, and then the event has no chance to fail. You know, most of the times, because again, you're dealing with troglodytes, and they will find a way. And Tarir is like, I can't say living proof because that's not a person, but it's proof. You know, even the fact that it goes into the famous panic mode, you know, the meme done panic mode because one side just fucks up. Yeah, it will still succeed. It is still, you know, a meme because there is no panic in reality, in case you just couldn't understand that. But the fact that 1 or 2 sides to this day still fail is also telling at the same time, right?
Never fail if you're in a populated map. Even
I will say that is true, with the exception of the one time they tried to make a really tough open world event and there was a lot of kickback on that, and
I wonder if he's gonna say about the Eparch. I wonder if he's talking about the Eparch right now.
that was Dragon's End. Dragon's End can still fail. But yeah, I would agree with him that most metas on most maps,
I haven't seen Dragon's End ever fail. Never seen that. So maybe he has, but I haven't. He's played a lot longer. He's done a lot more metas. But for me, it never failed. You know what failed though? By my metrics at least, what fails often, and maybe even this day, that remains the case. That's Epark. They just turned up the difficulty just a single notch, and suddenly the event failed sometimes.
You got enough bodies there, and you're gonna win it.
Fractals or raids are generally not that bad. I have taken players that have never done fractals before into tier 3 or 4.
Into tier 3 or 4 doesn't even count. Maybe 4 does, but then again, you're carrying them, my friend. You're carrying them, and you're also wasting your time doing so because they don't learn, and you get extra tired for no reason, but you can still carry them. I do it all the time, and that's not a flex. T4 we usually do with 3 people. It's designed for 5. So it's not that it's easy, it's that it's just the players like him and Mukluk and myself, I guess, to a lesser degree maybe. I don't know. I can't power scale us, and it would be also not the point. And also I don't want to flex or brag or whatever. And also I'm pretty sure that Mukluk is a lot better than I am. But even I, like somebody who's just good, let's say, or actually good, with another 2 players like myself, we can just like blast through fractals. We usually don't even bother posting on LFG. Sometimes we don't even bother posting for some of the CMs. We just do it 3 people. It's fine. More fun. More fun than bringing, absolute troglodytes with us, that's for sure, because they fuck up mechanics. They fuck up like a lot of things. So it's not that it's easy per se. It's that some people are really good. And the ones that you get with you when they say, oh, actually that was easy. Well, that's because your healer was fucking amazing, or your DPSs were killing stuff like crazy.
And they have been totally fine. They're not a liability. They're not fault.
They are a liability. You just don't see it. I'm sorry. I absolutely will disagree with this.
Falling behind. I honestly think that over the years, the game has just gotten too easy. Sure, there are outlier areas like legendary difficulty raids, but that's just one.
No, CM is also difficult in some cases. So, for example, if you go to Sunkwa, some people, like a lot of people, fail it still, even with a lot of UFE, even with the titles, even wherever they still fail, they still fucking don't know what they're doing. Same for Surf pre-nerf, and definitely same for Lonely Tower, and definitely same for Cerus, and definitely same for Harvest Temple. Doesn't even have to be legendary, can be CM, still kicks ass. I don't fucking know. I disagree.
Single thing in this massive game. The development has gone in a direction of making the game more accessible, so that could explain why a low overall difficulty is what they're going for. However, for many players, there is no challenge anymore. The difficulty just isn't there. So
for what players? 1 second.
Explain why a low overall difficulty is what they're going for. However, for many players, there
For main players? For many?
A low overall difficulty is what they're going for. However, for many players,
Many, okay.
there is no challenge anymore.
No, it's not many. You also have to understand that this statement is kind of like flawed because at this point it's a 10-year plus game. So the many players are going to be veterans who know what they're doing. But you have to look at new players and middle of the ground players, and for them it's not easy. If they say it is, they're lying because I've seen them. I see you every day, you fucking assholes. You ruin my runs and you make me fucking rage on stream. I see you. This guy doesn't see them. I don't know why, but I see them. You see them when I stream content that is like more endgame. So, I don't know. I don't agree. I'm sorry.
The difficulty just isn't
I'd like to see stats. I don't agree with this. I don't know.
there. So if you're a player that likes to push for difficult content or just have a little challenge every once in a while,
Somebody in chat right there is saying Epark might still fail. Fail. Sorry. Yeah, good to see that some people are catching that. Because Mukluk said Dragon's End, but no, that doesn't fail, but Epark does.
you won't find that here in Guild Wars 2. The first point
As he failed. I like how he says,
Yeah, I was also kind of smirking because as he was saying that, look what happens as he was saying
likes
that.
to push for difficult content or just have a little challenge every once in a while, you won't find that here in Guild Wars 2.
Wee! And then he also gets confused and walks under the dives under the ship, and that's extra damage. And then good luck getting out of there.
As he, I like how he says you won't find challenge here. As he shows footage of him failing a mechanic, getting knocked off a boat into a school of
Yeah,
piranhas.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But to be fair, that can still happen sometimes. To me, it doesn't happen that often anymore. But yeah, it's funny though.
It was certainly a choice to play that footage at that moment, but I respect it.
It can segue right into the next one, and that is combat does not require skill.
Again, depends what strata of the content are we talking about, friend, and whose perspective are we taking into account.
Now, I know that's quite a bold claim, but I think it's the unfortunate truth. Of course, combat can require skill, but generally speaking, widely across the game, it doesn't.
Generally speaking, widely across the game for the average player, yes, I can agree. If we put it that way, so for the average new player, or even, not too new player, across the game, yeah, you won't need mechanics much. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Let's
Okay. Thinking about this statement, I would say that even if you don't know what you're doing, but you know how to move out of red circles and hit your heal button when you need to heal and hit the enemy, you will win most fights. But if you do know what you're doing, you'll win them 10 times faster.
And I'll add to that if you don't know what you're doing, which a lot of players don't, then suddenly, yes, you need to know mechanics. If you don't, you're going to get creamed. So, yeah.
Let's see what he has to say.
start with
That is why you see, again, I'll refer to my favorite fucking term. That's why you see corpse carpets on every major mechanic, in every fucking event, if you can call them mechanics anyway, or even major. But like, let's say an enemy puts up a shield that reflects. Oh my god, corpse carpet. Are you gonna have an enemy that, like, if they don't get CC'd in time, they release a blast and people die? Oh my god, corpse carpet. And that's like, you can see it in Visions of Eternity in like the Hammerfell? Hammerfell Rumble? I don't fucking know. But like whenever the guy, Jimmy, I think, and his sister, whenever they unleash their major mechanic, people get down. Like corpse carpets all day.
with combat at an individual level. Whatever build you're using, there will be an ideal rotation in which to use your skills. If you were to just randomly spam your skills with no care, you will still deal a decent amount of damage. Of course, you could deal more damage
No, it's not decent. I'm sorry.
if you follow the recommended
It's decent for 10 years ago.
rotation, but if you don't, nothing bad.
Do you know how often I see DPS classes dealing like a slow DPS as like a support DPS on average? Or even like, or do you know how many times I've actually been pressed by some other DPS? Not many, which is not a brag for me. It's like just saying people just don't know their rotations. And this opinion that this guy is expressing is exactly what these people listen to and go like, okay, I'm validated now. I don't need to learn how to play. And then they show up in my fucking fractals, and they deal like I don't fucking know, like 20k damage maybe, and they go like, but it's enough. Like, no, it's not enough. I want to finish this before I fucking have to organize my will or something, okay? But they don't understand that. They go like, no, watch this video. Like this guy is saying that, like, oh yeah, you don't need to know anything. Yes, you do.
Bad even happens. And I have tested this. I've been in a raid before where I just randomly start pressing buttons, just disregard my rotation completely, and it was totally fine.
So he
And
played
I
like an elementalist.
wasn't
Shut up.
even the lowest DPS player, if you could believe it. Some builds can be more
1 sec.
guard my rotation completely, and it was totally fine.
So he
And
played
I
like an elementalist.
wasn't even the lowest DPS
Exactly. That's the fucking problem. He wasn't even the lowest DPS. And then the other DPS see that and go like, maybe I don't need to do anything. And then it just creates this environment where I'm doing like 40k, and then the next person is doing 10k, and everybody's hanking by my fucking tits. I don't like that. Do you know that? I don't fucking like that. Or they get down and they're like, oh yeah, okay, maybe somebody will heal me. That's okay. No, nobody cares to heal you. Just play the fucking game and just fucking don't make it a shitty run, please.
player, if you could believe it. Some builds can be more complex than others, but many builds have been created
Elemental is Blazeborn.
To allow you to put in the least amount of effort possible. Those low effort builds even sometimes out DPS the complex high skill builds.
It can happen.
Which I think illustrates my point that combat doesn't require skill. When in a
It does. So you know, that is a fallacious statement because it doesn't require skill is an incomplete statement. It doesn't require skill if all of the team is already pulling their weight. But that kind of cancels it because like he's saying that you don't need to pull your weight because it's okay. And then the fight happens. But if everyone thinks like that, then the fight doesn't happen, which tells us what? It actually needs skill. You don't need crazy skill, but you need to know what Mukluk said. You need to avoid the circles. You need to know when to dodge. You need to fucking know your rotation a little bit. Like a little bit better than doing 10K. A little bit better than doing 4K. Like God fucking help you, whatever God you believe in. Yeah, so the statement actually contradicts itself.
group, things get even easier. Group content has evolved to consist of standing in one place, stacked on top of your squad. Your whole squad will be loaded up with every buff, boon, and heal they...
I have done videos where I had talked about the boon system in the game.
Yes, I also think that is a problem with boons. That's a problem with boons. I will agree. Removing boons will make gameplay so much more interesting because immediately it deletes the need to be stuck. And at the same time, stacking like this is over-glorified. You don't need to. Just know the range of your fucking buffs and just move within that range. It's an okay range. You can still do a lot of improvisations within that space. But people just want you to stack. People have these misconceptions like you have to be in the same pixel. Oh, we have to start this fight by standing. Everybody, guys, everybody come over here to the left, never to the right. It's very different, trust me. Over to the left and then like wait a few seconds and then everybody has to run at the same time. Otherwise it will fail. Like all this is so much bullshit.
And how I would change it. But he's absolutely right. Like I would love a world where the people, like the Deadeyes with rifles and the Rangers with longbows, were in the back and shooting and not stacked with the people with daggers and swords. Let them live their class fantasy. I would love that.
With that, I fully agree. And I think removing boons would really help. At the same time, until that happens, if you are a ranger or a ranged class and you're standing in the back away from boons and away from heal, I want to slap you.
But there are two things that prevent that. One is the boon system and everybody stacking for boons, and the second is the heal system, which is everybody is stacking for heals. If you're in World v World, then there's a third thing, which is damage distribution, which by everyone being piled up and the enemy is constantly firing attacks that hit 5 people at a time into a pile of 50 people, it's really easy to distribute that damage and keep people alive. But because of the boon and the heal system, PvE is always stacked, and thus the ranged people are stacked with the melee most of the time. And I also wish that was different. I have talked on that before.
Could need. Some combat mechanics you can actually just ignore because your squad will just out-heal it. And this circles right back around into the first point that...
Do you know how fucking annoying this is? Because I do play a lot of healer. People expect the healer to out-heal mechanics. That's fair. I can do that. But my guy, if you're pressing me by standing in AoEs on purpose because you want your perfect benchmark DPS, you can suck a dick, my friend. I ain't gonna waste my resources just because you want to do that. Because there are just easier alternatives that don't really compromise your DPS.
Easy, since combat as a whole generally doesn't require skill. That ends up making...
And that's not because I'm lazy. That's because as a healer, I also want to DPS to make it even faster. So please, help each other.
The game far too easy. Okay, now let's move on to a different topic. The next worst thing about Guild Wars 2 is the content release format.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's go.
This is something that even longtime players cannot deny anymore, myself included.
Okay, before he even says it, I'm curious if he's going to be talking about the yearly release cadence or the fact that over the lifetime of the game, they have changed the format like 4 times. So I'm wondering like what he's going to focus on here.
I will admit I used to ignore this, or even make excuses for it. The way content is released for Guild Wars 2 has changed a lot over the years, and it gives the feeling of getting less content or even getting underdeveloped, rushed content. If we look back at early expansions like Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, or End of Dragons, they
Okay, hold on. So
Also, hold on. Where to start? No, I will wait.
these two, sure, but there was like a 5 or 6 year gap between.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. These two, yes, they were, for me, those were more complete expansions. This is where it started going weird for me, like EOD.
These two, where we thought the game was done and they weren't adding anything more. So I would not call End of Dragons an early expansion, because it was a long time after release that they finally came back and did EOD, and we were all pleasantly surprised that they were making more.
released as a whole complete expansion with living story episodes in between to bridge the gaps. However, now on the newer expansions like Secrets of the Obscure, Janthier Wilds, or Visions of Eternity, they now release the expansion in separate blocks.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that either. I would like to have the complete expansion, that's true.
Each quarter. While this does allow them to have more content releases over the course of a year, it ends up making each release smaller.
Agreed, fully agree with that. At the same time, so I'm torn on this because objectively it's correct that I would prefer a full expansion. At the same time, there is something comfortable about getting something, smaller chunks, let's say, something in smaller chunks, and then you can complete them in a week, and then you can just go back to doing what you're doing until the next one. So I think there could be a nice middle ground. I'm pretty sure that there can be a middle ground where instead of like just add a little bit more each time. Like can we have that? Like just a little bit more so that it's not 1 week, maybe 2 weeks, to complete it if you are rushing it, because I am definitely rushing it, while at the same time I'm also very thorough. So I am rushing it, yes, but I am also very thorough. Like I will do a lot of things. I will do all of the new metas. I'll do all of the smaller events. If I can, I'll hunt them down and do them. I will do a lot of the achievements. I will get a very reasonable chunk of mastery points, and I will max out my masteries. And again, I'm rushing. I'm using boosts. I'm using this. I'm using that. But I'm also thorough, and it's still 1 week for 2 characters. And I'm doing all the events on both, and I'm doing all of the meta events on both, and I'm exploring every little piece, doing every little jumping puzzle, every adventure, every mini game, every this, every that on 2 characters, and it's still only 1 week. So I wouldn't want it to be more condensed. I would just want more, if that makes sense. Not more condensed, not one map, but it's filled to the brim with shit to do. Just more, so that it can take me, let's say, 2 weeks. That's it. Not more, not less, nothing else. Just a little bit more content so that I cannot rush it through, and I'm still enjoying it, mind you, because as I said, I'm doing all of the adventures, all of the things, all of the collections, all of the bullshit. I get all the skins, I get all this, all that, like everything. So if I can do that on 2 characters in 1 week maximum, maybe 10 days, then maybe it needs to be a little more. Not more mini games, not more this, not more that on the same map, but another map. Like let me explore. So Guild Wars is about exploration as well. Like open world is great. Give me more, like maybe larger maps, that kind of thing. Something that will keep me a little bit more. That's my opinion. I'm not mad about it at all. I like it. I prefer that over very loaded releases, like extremely loaded releases, or releases full of very complicated processes. I'm not advocating for that, but just for a little bit of like in between.
Which gives the feeling that the whole expansion is smaller. Secrets of the Obscure launched August 22nd, 2023. only story chapter 1 to 10 and access to 2 maps. November 7th, 2023, the next 3 chapters and gave access to a small part of the 3rd map. February 27th.
You know what I would do? I would release all the maps and all the story, and then I would very slowly add the fractals, the mini games, the jumping puzzles. I would add them. That's what I would add, like, paced out. But the map and the story, okay, maybe you can't do that with the jumping puzzles because they are like, in the world. But collection achievements and mini games, adventures as they call them, all that shit, I would probably just gradually release, like maybe the fractal, the strike, or whatever else. Oh yeah, a raid, a convergence, But the story and map, that's what I would release first, and then the rest, as you go. But splitting the story and splitting the maps, yuck. That I don't like for expansion releases.
2024, 3 more chapters and added another portion of that 3rd map. May 21st, 2024, the last 3 chapters and the last little portion of that 3rd map. So
really quickly here, in case a non-Guild Wars 2 player is watching this, just to show, like, here's the world map, blah, blah, blah. So Secrets of the Obscure was this. So there was this, and there was this city, and then there was this. And then in the first release, you got a third of this map, and on the second...
I'm gonna say it right now. This here should have been the first map, and then the other map should be in this theme. I never vibed with Secrets of the Obscure, where like this northern part felt so fucking forced. To me, this northern map should have been this. So, and in the center there should be like the city. You know how they have done with like New Kaineng, where the map is the city? So something like that. So this should have been the central area here, which is the hub included. The event of this should happen at the center of the hub. That would make it very interesting. They should have like a small introductory section like this here. This was okay. And then it should have 2 or 3 maps that is like, one of them should be this purple shit, which is like a preliminary area, let's say. And then the rest should be fucking demonic, like this thing here. I would go in game to show you, but I'm too fucking lazy to do that. Maybe I'll do it once we're playing the game, actually. Because this here part was like very distinct visually and thematically. And I thought that was going to be Secrets of the Obscure, like going over to a demon world. And instead it's like just regular bullshit, one hub, and then this, which you're like, oh, I wonder what they're gonna do afterwards. This purple land, this like, where am I? Am I in the warp or 40k and shit? And you were getting hyped, and then you go over to the palace for the meta, and you're going like, oh my god, like the next map is gonna be so amazing, and there's no next map. That's it. That's what you get. Like a little bit here. That's it. You see it. You go like, damn. Why are they not doing like what? Why isn't this all of this and that? And you're like, okay then. And that's why I feel this shit flopped.
And then in the first release, you got a third of this map. And on the second release, you got a third of this map. And on the third release, you got a third of this map. And then, let me tell you, like, the players weren't really happy with that, but neither was the company. They were like, you know what? We see that y'all didn't like this, and they didn't do that again. So he's completely right, but I will point out that they seem to have learned from that, because they didn't freaking do that again. So
yeah, they seem to have learned from that, but they wasted their kind of like demon-themed different dimension kind of expansion. They wasted that on this. I wish, you know what? Here you go. I wish this was fucking Xanthir Wilds, and then Xanthir Wilds would be something else. And I wish that like, and Xanthir Wilds would be Visions of Eternity, and then the final, the one we have now, the maps would be all demonic and possessed and whatever, and like grimdark and blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't know. I think Secrets of the Obscure was like, it was passable, it was okay, but it was at the same time it was a nothing burger. But like, not a bad nothing burger, if that makes sense. It was like, you know, when you eat Taco Bell and it's like, it's not Mexican, not for real. And it does some things right, but like, it's also boring, but not bad. You can't say it's bad, but it's just bland, I guess. Like, you don't really have fun. and it could have been so much more because it's Mexican, and true fucking Mexican is fucking awesome. So this is the feeling I got with Soto. Like it's bland, it's demon themed. It should have been doing demon themed things, But no, it's just doing some other weird things that are like whatever. It's okay, they work, but I don't know.
So I think it's worth saying that. I think it's worth throwing that out there.
So instead of releasing an expansion all at once, they spread it out over each quarter, and they have followed this format for the next expansions as well. You could look at this and say,
okay, so they followed this format for the next expansions as well.
And I do have another thing to say since we're discussing story and everything, and sorry for interrupting it and going completely off the rails here, derailing it, but like before we focus on what is being said, I will also say that Xanthir Wilds to me was always meant to be the vacation expansion, right? Apparently Visions of Eternity was then the vacation expansion because we travel to a new land and it's a boat ride and whatever. But for me, Xanthir was that. At least that's how I imagined it. And so for me, Xanthir Wilds didn't need all this whole fucking thing about Titans and, oh, yet another big enemy. Just let it be. Just let it be a beach episode. Let it be a beach episode, it's fine. And the lands themselves were lending themselves really well to that. But no, we had to have like the Bloodstone shade. The final map was like Bava Nissus. I don't know. I think they fucked up completely with the pacing and all this. Like I enjoyed them, but my God, it's like it's a gold mine of wasted opportunities and kind of like mixed up stuff that doesn't make sense. They're trying to be something that they're not, and they're trying to replace them with other things that don't work that way. And it's like, thematically, I mean, and I don't know. It's just, whatever.
Kind of. So they did do the quarterly releases. So that was Secrets of the Obscure. Xanthir Wilds had this map and this map at launch. And then we also had like a Convergence and a Raid right here. And then later on, they added this map. And then on another release, they added this map. You have to zoom in for the fog of war to go away. So there was more bigger maps on this one. They didn't do the thing where they just cut up a map into 3 slices. So they definitely learned with that before going to Xanthir. And then currently, we're in Visions of Eternity, and there was one big full map, a second big full map at launch, and then we just had a quarterly release thing, and then they added this big map, and then there is one more big map that is supposed to be coming for a total of 4 big maps for that yearly cycle. So they did learn from that. Also, I don't know when he's going to pause here, so I want to say this now. He mentioned, like, he made comparisons to Living World and like End of Dragons and stuff like that. The game had this system called Living World, and if you're not a Guild Wars 2 player, I want to touch on that really fast. Living World is kind of like free content updates that they were adding. And so there was like the base game, there was like Living World Season 1 and 2, which was just like patches with story and maybe a few maps. Then Heart of Thorns. If you're playing for the story, you wanted to play the Living World before that. And then there was some Living World stuff, and then there was Path of Fire, and then there was some Living World stuff, and then there was like a 5-year period where everybody thought they were done with the game. Then I guess they got more funding, and then they made End of Dragons. Now, Living World stuff, if you were an active player when it came out, you just received it as like a free content update. It was just added to your account and unlocked forever. But if you came to the game later, then you would have to pay to unlock it. And you'd pay gems, which is either cash 2 gems using the cash shop in the game, or gold 2 gems. So if you just had played the game a ton, you could turn gold into that. Now, that is a terrible business plan. When your product is brand new and it's the most desired, they gave it away for free. And then later, when it was less desired, they put a price tag on it. And
I agree. It should be the opposite. I absolutely agree.
And I can only, and again, this is for a game that did not have a subscription model. So I can only imagine this.
Scratch that. It shouldn't be the opposite. It should just be free. It should just be free, honestly. That's my final word. It should have just been free. And it should be free right now. And in fact, here's another opinion. At this point, End of Dragons, as well as Secrets of the Obscure, should also be included in the base game purchase.
It was terrible for business.
But right now, if you threw at me a Living World episode and it said, okay, we're going back to Eparch's land, all the bloody, grimy, grotesque shit, and it's a whole fucking Living World episode in there, in the real bad parts of the neighborhood, I would absolutely pay for it, as bad as it sounds. But I'm biased because I like warped hellscapes and demons and shit and like yeah. So yeah. Anyway, that's just an aside.
And they did stop doing that because, like, if you think about it, they had Path of Fire, and then the whole time they were doing Living World Season 4, the only time they would make money is if a new player bought the expansions, or if they sold some pretty outfits in the gem store or something like that. So I don't know what their bottom line was, but it can't have been good. And I think the fact that they stopped doing that shows that it was not successful for them. So I think that's worth mentioning, that, like, yeah, they were releasing more free stuff, but it was probably running them out of business doing it the way they were doing it, which is why they stopped.
Well, it lets them have more content releases. However, each of those releases is quite small. Most of the time, players will fly through each release in the first day or two. There could be many reasons as to why they do it this way, we won't know for sure. My theory is that expansions are not completely done by the time of the initial release. So the quarterly release schedule lets them work on an expansion little bits at a time, instead of having the complete product ready to go all at once.
So again, going back to his calendar, when they released the final chunk of Secrets of the Obscure, the next expansion...
Is that from Fudge Muppet? Oh my god, I'm gonna save that for later. Sorry, I just saw it. Sorry.
Janther Wilds was released 3 months later. Yeah, it wasn't done. Because they were trying out a yearly release schedule, it was like, game comes out 3 months after launch, here's another chunk of it. 6 months after launch, here's another chunk of it. And 9 months after launch, here's the last chunk of it. 1 year after launch, here's the next expansion. And keep in mind, they've got a smaller dev team than something like Blizzard. So yeah, they were absolutely... they had a pipeline, and their goal was every 3 months have a quarter of a new expansion complete, and they did that for we're going on 3 years of them doing that.
Maybe that's a more manageable workflow for them, who knows. But I think the issue with this is that it gives players the feeling that content releases are becoming smaller and development might even be slowing down. It might also make players lose interest in the current expansion, since they only get to play a few episodes, then have to wait months for the next one. It's not...
I think that depends on who you ask, because there are some players that love raids, and they love doing the same raids over and over and over, or the same fractals over and over, or PvP, or World v World. And they are very happy to go months, maybe even years, just doing their favorite game mode.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I prefer smaller chunks to larger chunks in general, or at least, yeah. And that's why I was saying earlier that, yeah, I like this feeling that I like that I don't feel I need to play an expansion or part of an expansion for a whole month or something. What I was saying was like, maybe not 7-8 days, maybe a little bit more, and maybe also just do the whole map and story and then add the other parts afterwards, and that keeps you busy but not too busy that you can't do your favorite things, so you see my perspective now, I think.
And when a release cycle releases something that affects that game mode, they are super excited. Like, new builds come out in this expansion, and that it causes a ripple effect across every game mode in the game. Now you've got ritualists running out around in World v World. You've got luminaries running around in PvP. You've got gale shots, and things like that. And this affects all of the game modes.
It's exactly what that guy is saying. For example, it's a similar view here. He says, Zadrak says there, for a player like me who's playing on and off, sometimes even taking 2 years breaks, smaller releases are better, because if something new comes out, I can enjoy it and be done, and go back to catching up or just doing other stuff. Yeah, that should never be compromised. That is actually something that I really like about Guild Wars.
And, with the story, it's like, yeah, the story is getting released slowly, but I would say that it's Like, I personally, I like the story. I criticize the story when it's bad. I am happy when it's good. So I do comment on the story, but it's like there's so much in this game that when you're waiting on the story to come out with the next chunk, it's not like there's nothing else to do. I see where he's coming from, but I wanted to just share my thoughts on that.
Uncommon for some players to wait until an expansion is completely released before buying. That way they can better determine if it will be
Cal's only
worth it for
44
them.
months.
If a full expansion is released and turns out to be underwhelming, they'll probably just pass on it. We're going to stay on the topic of expansions for the next point. The next worst thing about Guild Wars 2 is that expansion content feels required just to play.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree on the basis of like that's the point of them. That's literally the point of them. Like, of course you want what do you mean? It is required. It's the continuation of the game. So if you're enjoying it, why would it be this? Why would this be the worst part? So I don't agree with this. I know what he's going to say. I'm pretty sure. Like, oh, they release a new spec, and then that new spec is broken, and you have to buy it to be broken. You don't have to be broken though. But also, this definitely isn't in the worst parts. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. I disagree with this statement.
Play the game. Now, I'm not just talking about getting the expansions to get more of the story or open up access to more of.
Probably going to talk about power creep with elite specs.
Yeah, I agree with what Mukluk is saying. That's what he's probably going for. But you have to remember that they need to sell the expansion. They need to offer new classes, or builds at least, because otherwise people get bored. That they have to do it, and you on the consumer's end, well, you want your game to continue, so you will buy the expansion. I mean, I'm assuming that's like kind of organic.
The world. It actually goes a lot further than that. The first bit is elite specs. Now, this is an obvious
I
one.
knew it, yeah,
Elite
yeah.
specs offer
Second bit is going to be things like expanded weapon proficiencies,
Yeah.
weapon master training.
many new ways to play your chosen
So I
class.
disagree
They
with this
open up
point, sorry,
many
completely.
possibilities in build crafting. However, the elite specs are all much better than the core classes. So if you were to, say, go into high-level fractals as a core class, you would feel at a disadvantage than the other players playing elite specs. Some elite specs can
Yeah, somebody there says makes sense, but we need carrots. Yeah, and I mean, you want those. Those are the kind of carrots you want. You want your game to continue, right? And they want you to pay for it, and you want like that one is organic. It's like an ecosystem, right? That one is more natural economy. Like an expansion comes out, you go and take it. Who in the right mind? And this, okay, I understand some people have some issues with like income, and maybe you're not in the best position money wise, and yeah, I understand that. But these are kind of like different reasons. I can't go into them. I don't want to go into them. But like assuming that you can afford your like your living conditions and you're a gamer, I guess you want your game to have expansions. So and your company, your favorite little MMO company, they want you to buy them. Especially if you're not paying a subscription, they want you to buy them and you want to buy them. So, of course, they're going to have also new builds because that's part of the carrot, right? What's your point, my guy? Like that's just like, what do you mean it has to change? So what do you want them to do? Like, let's watch. I disagree completely and fundamentally, but let's watch.
can apply boons like quickness and alacrity or offer healing. Since group content requires those things, what happens if you don't have the spec to fill those roles and your party needs you to do that? You might be out of luck and get in the boot. Elite specs.
Okay, so really quick on this note,
I disagree because I do play with people. I have played with people before who don't have all the expansions. Doesn't affect me. I don't know what he's on about. Like, legitimately, I just don't agree with anything that he's saying right now. And in 2026, we do have a lot of alternatives for a lot of things that expansions offer, and it's going to that's going to be the case even more so going forward because we already have had a lot of elites that are now not the current expansion, and they can do a lot of things. And yes, most of the times, most of the stuff is going to be broken at the start, then they slowly get balanced. What else is new? Like any RPG, they introduce a new class. Oh my god, broken. First month, everyone plays the class. Take For Honor, for example. They do that a lot. That's how it works. You're not paying a subscription. They need to entice you. Some of it is also not exactly intentional. Some of it they just need to balance on the first month. Like, that's so normal. Like, I don't understand why this guy says this is the worst thing, or that it is actually one of the worst parts and needs to change. Like, what are you gonna do? Not introduce fucking new elites? Not entice people to continue playing the game? Not release an expansion? What are you gonna do? Like, I agree. Sometimes you need to take a break, and sometimes I myself have said I would rather, instead of an expansion, they went back and did X, Y, or Z. Yeah, but would I want expansions to stop? No. Nope.
Normal group content in this game, you'd look at a group of 5 people, right? For like dungeons or fractals. There is a healer, there is a offensive support. So there is a person who is providing buffs to the party that the healer was not able to provide. And then there's 3 greedy DPSs. Now, could a core build fulfill one of those DPS roles? Absolutely. Just because you aren't a healer doesn't mean you get the boot, unless you joined and said you were a healer and then they're like, why aren't you healing? Then of course, but there are still three of 5 slots of any party can be fulfilled by anyone.
Yeah, I agree.
However, he is absolutely right that almost always elite specs are better than core classes at whatever they do.
Yes, but it can also be counter-argued by the fact that, like, you can debate that that's not an expansion's fault. That's literally their shitty balance. So there's also that.
In PvE. In PvP, not always true, but in PvE, yes.
Are of course not mandatory to play the game, but I think it would be disingenuous to not acknowledge that they offer significant benefits.
They do.
And will make
They do, yeah, I agree. But you want expansions to go on? Like, okay, I don't know. I just disagree completely with the point that that Evan is making.
certain content easier, since elite spec builds can be much more effective.
That goes straight into shitty balance category, not necessarily expansions are bad and worst part they need to change.
But there
However, I would also say, just to devil's advocate here, if you let's say you were playing Guild Wars 2 and then an expansion came out and they're like, we added new elite specs. They're worse than the current ones. What the hell would we have to get excited about? Oh,
yeah, that too.
Of course, they are going to put good, desirable things in their expansions to make you want to buy it. That's true for literally any game, right? Now, I mean, their goal should make it like their goal should be that the new stuff is of equal power to what you have, but provides a different, interesting way to play. Like
That would be the super ideal.
maybe if the game didn't have an archer, they add an archer, or if it didn't have a guy that could shoot fireball out of his hands, now there's a guy that shoots fireballs out of his hands. It provides a new way of playing, but what it does should be nearly as effective as the things it's competing with. That's not always the case. However, I think it's natural for a game to add features that make you want to buy the expansion when you get the expansion. Like, imagine like someone's playing Warcraft 3 and they're playing against someone else, and the other person bought the Frozen Throne expansion, and the other guy's got access to like the Pit Lord hero or the Goblin Tinker and like the Dark Ranger, the Crypt Lord, and he's like, this is pay to win. It's like, well, yeah, he bought the expansion. Like, I think it's completely natural in any game that there is power in the expansion.
Very much so, and that's why this is a very bad point of Evan's.
Because the game developers want you to buy it.
There are other things. Raids are locked behind expansions. Certain legendary...
To be clear, that's the specific expansion. Like, the Heart of Thorns raids require Heart of Thorns. The Path of Fire raids require Path of Fire, etc., etc. It's not like you have to...
Yes, I mean, that's fucking obvious. That is Captain Obvious right there. But worth saying, I guess, for people who have no idea what Guild Wars is. Or how it works. But also, I have to say, of course, the new expansion will have new content. Like, what are you doing? Because by that logic, what do you want them to do? New expansion, but it has no map. New expansion, but it has no map, no new raids, no new fractals, nothing. It's just a new expansion. Okay, what do I get? I don't know. Just an expansion. Okay, what does it expand then? Nothing? That's what you wanted to do? Like, no new interesting specs, no raids, no. Then what are you buying? Just a story? I mean, okay, but This is such a stupid take from Evan.
Always have the most recent expansion to access all raids. It's like each chunk is with whatever it came with.
Every gear is locked behind expansions.
This guy's an idiot. No, Sand, I don't agree with that at all. I do agree with what he's saying, but
I don't think he's an idiot. I just find it difficult to agree with his points here. So with this point about the expansions, I completely disagree. Uh, the difficulty thing, it's nuanced. It's not as easy as saying, "Oh, it has the worst part about Guild is that it's easy." Like, no, I can't agree. So far, is the guy an idiot? No, I don't think so. But his points are not good, I have to say, or at least not properly presented. Like his arguments, I don't know, like a lot of things are missing for me to agree or to say anything further. Yeah. On this take in particular, if I was cynical, I would say, yeah, this guy is fucked up. Like this guy's an idiot. On this particular take, but still, I get what he's saying. He's just wrong.
at the same time, I think it's worth pointing out that some of this is okay.
Many maps with some of the best open world content is all locked behind expansions. Game-changing masteries like
Some guy playing an MMO and not buying a new expansion is crazy. Yes, it is. That's why I said that's natural. That's the natural order of things. Like your MMO is pushing out an expansion. That's what you want it to do. You don't want them to do that so that you don't buy it on purpose. Again, excluding economic circumstances or whatever. Like regular average circumstances, you do want them to push out an expansion. You want it to be desirable. You want it to have a raid. You want to have a fractal. You want to have a build. You want it to have a weapon, some skins. What's your point? What's your yeah? Just like he's saying afterwards. This guy. Why even play? Yeah, it's like, what do you want them to do, my guy?
Mounts or gliding, locked behind expansions.
Again, that is to make them desirable so you purchase it. If you take everything interesting that they've added in expansions and make it free, there's no reason at all you would buy the expansions. And then how do they make money? We start getting a monthly bill, like World of Warcraft.
Another guy responds to that guy saying some people can't afford it. Okay, but then that's just like an outlier. I'm sorry, but it is. It's like, okay, you don't want to buy it or you can't buy it. Okay, should that mean that expansion should be just words that you buy? Oh, I bought the expansion. What did you buy with it? Nothing, because everything is free and that's to accommodate for people who can't buy it. Yeah, I guess then you should probably write a thesis on why capitalism is bad, and that's it. Don't take it out on the game. That under these circumstances, these things are completely utopian concepts. Like, oh yeah, but for those who pay for their games, I guess, and they can't afford them. Yeah, what are you like? Yeah, you do want them to be like that, you know? What are you going to do? Like, it's such a weird point. It's completely wrong.
Yes, they need to have the expansion things locked behind the expansions.
We cannot deny that the expansion content feels required if you want to be able to keep up with other.
Locked behind expansions. Yeah, the game is locked behind the game. And then another guy says, I would never buy expansion just for story. I agree. I fully agree. This is a very silly point that Evan is making.
Players. The last.
Okay, so I will say, because I got a referral link, I'm basically selling this game all the time to people. Now, I don't work for Arena though, so I can always also say when something sucks, and that's fine. Usually, if I get someone new into the game, and they're like, what expansions do I need? What I usually tell them is you can play 100 hours or hundreds of hours with just the free-to-play base game before deciding if you want to buy anything, right? Yeah, you can get to max level on the free trial.
Yeah, that's what I also tell people when they ask me. I'm like, yeah, you can. Why not try it, dude? Just try it. Just get the free version and try it out. And if you like it, well, there is expansions that add a lot to it, and that's it.
If you want to, which is very generous compared to many MMOs. You can get all the way to max level. You could do world map completion and then decide if you wanted to get an expansion or something like that. And while you're waiting, you could see if maybe a sale happens before that time comes. You don't have to buy it right away. Now, if you like Guild Wars 2, buying the expansions gives you more Guild Wars 2. You know, it gives you more stuff to do if you are like, man, that was great, I want more of that. But you don't have to do that right away. Now, he's talking about comparing to other players, and I agree with him. If you are in a raid and you're a core warrior and the guy next to you is a berserker, he's probably going to do more damage than you. If you are a core guardian and the guy next to you is like a willbender, he'll probably be more effective than you. Not always, but frequently. And I do agree with him on that.
Yeah, that in a vacuum is a fair point. And again, it goes back to why don't you go back and balance core specs at least to the point, not so that they invalidate expansion builds, but so that they are like side grades more and less complete upgrades. Which, to be fair, as Mokluk said, if I want to play the devil's advocate, I can, and say that it's not always the case that the next expansion is going to be better built than the previous expansion. That is very specific to expansions versus core game. But an expansion versus another expansion, that changes a lot. So there is also that. If we want to be super fair to our internet here, then that has to be mentioned.
I want to touch on here is old content. Old content has been forgotten. The focus of development has been put entirely on new content to the point where old content gets ignored. Just look at dungeons.
Okay, hold on.
I feel Mukluk is going to disagree, and I also disagree, but I will first let Mukluk make his points, and then I will make my points as to why I disagree with that. Not to say that they haven't, quote-unquote, forgotten them, but more like what that means and what the effect of it is. I think Evan will completely overplay it. But let's see what happens.
He is right, but I think that's a weird thing to focus on because, like, how often does World of Warcraft go back and buff Ragefire Chasm? I think they did it once, like when Cataclysm came out. Or how often do they go back and revamp the Dead Mines? I mean, they really don't. Now, I agree with him. It is true that they don't often go back and like overhaul old content, but I don't think most MMOs do. Now, believe me, I would love for them to change the finale of the Zaitan fight. It's hella stupid.
I liked the finale of the Zaitan fight. I'm sorry. I did. So, no, don't go back and like rework that. Like, you know, some people like it. I liked it. I know other people liked it. Fire a big ass laser on a big ass dragon and it gets blasted. Yeah, that's cool. I don't have to do it personally. I don't care to do it personally. Honestly, I'm just in my head, I'm just a nameless soldier who was just in command at the time, and that's it. You know, we don't need to be warriors of light in Guild Wars. You know, leave that to Final Fantasy, who is very much a traditional power fantasy MMO, like where the protagonist is even supposedly unique, even though you see a lot of warriors of light running around. And I know there's an explanation. They're supposed to be from other branches of reality, blah, blah, blah. Don't give a shit. The final effect is the same. To me, that has as much merit as saying, oh, that's not a real lolly. That's just a dragon in a kid's body. So, yeah, anime. Like, no, those arguments are extremely weak and they fall apart. So, in that sense, yes, there is only one warrior of light. That's supposed to be you. That's Final Fantasy's thing. I don't need to be the hero. Or the heroine, in my case. So I don't agree that they need to go back and change that. I do agree that some core systems should reflect changes that we see in expansions. That's what I agree on. Otherwise, I find this take also extremely bad. And a lot of MMOs do it as well. That doesn't mean that it's good. That's not how debating works. Where Mukluk said, oh, Warcraft also does it. Yeah, so should we also do other things that Warcraft does bad because Warcraft does it? Like, that's not an argument. But the more fair argument in a vacuum without comparing is just simply, well, yes, they forget some things because that's how they intended that story to be. That's how they intended that chapter to be. That's how they intended that encounter to be. That's how they want it to be. Now, could they go back and refresh its mechanics to better reflect changes overall? Yes. That I agree with, but like Evan's point of, oh, they forget old systems, old stories and old dungeons. People still play dungeons. I play dungeons. I love playing dungeons. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm an outlier. I don't fucking know. But like, I have fun. I have fun doing dragon response missions. Other people do as well. I mean, I've met quite a few, you know, with whom we did dungeons and we did like dragon response missions and other little nonsense like that, other bits of fun like that. So what is the argument here really that okay they forget old content? I'd say all it needs is basically, I wouldn't say the worst part that yeah, no, I wouldn't agree. I would just say what they can do is go back and add some of the systems that they've been bringing in, like reflect those changes a little bit more in old content. That's all you need to do.
I would love like dungeons. Like you've got something that they could like give those a makeover and then add them to the fractal pool. If they did some touch ups on them, and like half the work's already done. So I do agree with what he's saying, but I find it odd that he's focusing on that.
When was the last time you even
Yeah. That summarizes nicely. I partially agree as well. Like in a small part, I agree with what he's saying. I would definitely, in an ideal world, they would go back and like revamp stuff, like rewrite the dungeons, like, yeah, remove some junk. Yeah, I agree with that. That's for sure. But in reality, honestly, all they would need to do is like just reflect some recent changes. So is that like the one of the worst parts of Guild Wars 2 that definitely needs to change as a whole? Nah, not really. Like, who cares? Like, it's kind of like, it's not the worst part.
cared about dungeons at all? Except for maybe the rare times when they give a little dungeon rush event to make us think that they care about dungeons.
Now, that one I agree with. If you're doing a dungeon rush, then you're indirectly implying that you're gathering info, right? Well, not really, but like somebody can see it that way. And then that somebody can go like, oh my God, they are interested. But no, in reality, it's just like something seasonal almost. Oh, every now and then they do a dungeon rush, and then people remember that dungeons exist, or new players understand that dungeons exist. That's it. Okay, that's all. Should it be more? Yeah, definitely. They should be getting information. They should be getting feedback from the dungeons during those events and going like, oh, people are saying this and that about that dungeon. Maybe we should go back and touch it a little bit. Sure, yeah, I agree. That would be nice, but yeah.
When was
Usually the last time I cared about a dungeon, I think I was working on the legendary rebreather and I had to do a dungeon for it.
the last time you were excited to go to a base game map to
As I said, I am excited to go with friends for dungeons. I don't mind it.
do anything? Have you ever thought, oh,
Wait, a base game map? Dude, I do that for like world bosses and stuff almost daily. Like, Triple Trouble.
Yeah, I also go to base game maps for my own reasons, and not just those, but also those of other expansions that are considered older expansions now. Like, for example, Secrets of the Obscure. I like doing the chest runs. You've seen me do them like a billion fucking times every Monday. Yeah, there is reasons to go back. Always. That is part of Guild Wars 2's charm. And for Evan to say that no, old maps are forgotten, I think that you're mixing Guild Wars with a certain anime MMO. Don't know if you've heard about it. It's like Final Fantasy, where every previous content is always like fossilized, literally like just frozen in time, and that's it, and nobody cares. You only visit it because that's your favorite spot where you take your girlfriend and you jerk off each other. That's it.
And Shadow Behemoth and stuff like that. I go to base game maps daily. So, yeah, that'll depend on who you ask. But, I mean, there are some people I know that never leave World v. World. So, it truly depends on who you ask.
oh boy, I can't wait to play the same mid-level fractals again for the 100th time. A lot of the game's older content has no reason to do it. Either the rewards are not there.
Disagree. I disagree. I find the rewards fine. I find the dungeon rewards pretty fine. I have zero issue with fractals being repetitive. They do add fractals. As long as I know they're adding them, I don't mind, and we also have a lot of them. So I don't really mind them. I don't know, like the worst part that needs to change, maybe in a super ideal world. Like these are utopian arguments. Like these are completely utopian arguments. This is like me going to Final Fantasy and saying, you know what? Here are the worst part of Final Fantasy. And like the first thing I say is like, maybe it shouldn't be Final Fantasy. Maybe it should be like, you know how it has like 50 dungeons? Yeah, I think it should have 150. Like if I'm expecting a slow clap after that, an unironic slow clap after that, I'm an idiot.
or the content just isn't engaging. So
Like, oh, I would prefer it if it was like, you know, rendered in Unreal Engine 6. What do you expect? Like a slow clap? Like, okay.
experienced players won't bother touching it at all. But where I think this is a
To be fair, other than when I had to do a dungeon for the Legendary Rebreather, I haven't done dungeons in a very, very long time. So
I have. Again, like, this is very subjective. Like, this is highly subjective.
he is right. He's right.
bigger problem is the newer players who are just getting to that content for the first time will have no one to play it with. They might try to get a group for a dungeon only to wait an hour with no one joining. They could wander around.
Good thing that if you know how to play the game, you can solo them. Maybe, you know, as a very, very side argument, that might become a motivation to learn the game and do it yourself because it allows you to do it unlike other games. It allows you to go solo in there or with a friend or two friends. And then you start learning, like, how do I do this? How are we gonna, we need a healer, who's gonna heal? What else do we need? Let's look up information. Like, it can work for that. It is a very minor positive. It's there. It exists. It's there. It's a minor positive. And honestly, waiting an hour, I don't think so. There are many veterans who jump on groups that do silly content like that all the time. I've done it. I like doing that. I see a group and they're like, "Oh, we need a healer." And they're waiting there and I'll give it like 15 minutes. If they're still waiting, I might get on my healer and be like, well, you know, my healing build, and I'd be like, "Yeah, let's go and fucking help them. It's okay. You know, make friends." I can't agree. Like, I can't completely agree. It's like, no, this is a bad point.
So if anyone here is watching this and they haven't played Guild Wars 2 before, the reason is that dungeons were replaced by a thing called fractals. And so fractals are shorter and they pay better. So it's kind of a win-win.
It's not a win-win because they don't have a good coherent story unless you're really paying attention and you're starting to connect the dots and really look for it. Whereas, for example, dungeons have these explorable paths and each of them has a complete story with a beginning and an end. It's not completely black and white. I disagree with Mukluk as well, as somebody who does enjoy the occasional dungeon run.
They absolutely should, like, you go back to dungeons and revisit stuff.
If anything, I prefer fractals that feel like dungeons. So, for example, Kinfall, that felt like a dungeon more than a fractal. I like that fractal a lot. So I think it's the opposite. I think fractal should be maybe dungeons and fractals should be somehow unified, but that would be problematic to do with the story and everything. But yeah, I don't agree.
100% agree with him. I don't know if they ever will. But the reason that dungeons are, you know, often lacking in people is because all the people interested in 5-man content are doing fractals. There's also another thing called dragon response missions. Same thing.
And I will respond with the same thing as well, both to Mukluk and Evan. I do enjoy dragon response missions. They are more repetitive than dungeons, mind you. So that's a win for dungeons out of nowhere, I guess. And I do prefer dungeons to strikes, at least at IBS 5. Right? My personal take. So I would say agree or don't agree, doesn't matter because it turns out this one is completely subjective point. So on that basis, I disagree that this is like part of the worst parts of Guild Wars 2 that need to change. Some changes are warranted. Some changes are warranted across the game, though. You know, that slow clap is not gonna come like that. I'm sorry.
It was deemed less profitable than fractals, so most people do fractals instead of DRMs or dungeons.
Maps and not come across anyone. Open world events might actually fail since they're
And this is important. Notice what Mukluk said.
Is deemed less profitable than
it has been deemed less profitable. And so all the fucking sweats are like, no, why do that? I'll do the other thing. What if you like it, my guy? What if you just like it? What if you just enjoy DRMs? What if you just enjoy dungeons? Is that wrong? And if you do, then is this guy right? You decide. Epic Reporters of History.
Fractals, so most people do fractals instead of DRMs or dungeons.
Maps and not come across anyone. Open world events might actually fail since there's no one nearby to help them or show them mechanics.
Okay, so open world events can fail. Like, okay, to be fair, there's hundreds of events in the game happening at any given moment. Okay, yes, they can fail, absolutely. But open world metas, like the event chains that lead to world bosses, where like the branded Shatterer comes down, which is a huge dragon covered in crystal, lands, and you fight him with an army, or the Shadow Behemoth comes out of the ground, or the monster that comes out of the volcano in Mount Maelstrom. You almost never see a shortage of people there unless it's like the middle of the night on that server. If it's like 4 a.m. on EU and no one on EU is awake right now, or same thing with NA, then
Rah, 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 oh la la. God damn it, Emmy. Hi, how are you doing? I was watching something before I go into the game, okay? I gotta watch something, and it has been a very interesting watch. You should have been here. It was a very interesting watch. Unfortunately, it's about to be over. But yeah, let me finish it. And hi, let me finish it. It's almost over.
and you might see nobody there. But I do world bosses frequently, and I cannot remember the last time I saw a shortage of players at one of these.
So here's another thing. Like, you know how he just said, and combine that with the profit that I mentioned earlier. You know how he just said, like, oh, I do these metas constantly. Well, to me, metas are fucking useless. So should I make a video saying, oh, the worst part of Wild Gear was needs to change metas? Because then Mukluk is going to pop up and it's going to have my position on the matter. So the same for dungeons and strikes and DRMs. You see what I mean? Like, this is double standards, I'd say. This is definitely double standards about the last point that Evan made. Definitely double standards there for both Mukluk and Evan. I'm sorry. So, considering that we're at the end almost, right? I will watch, but I don't think there is any other take that will change my opinion on Evan's opinion that his video kind of sucks. And that I don't agree with, like, the worst part is this and that he says.
Things in open world.
It makes sense that the focus is
So far the closest that Evan could debate semi-coherently was the difficulty part, and even then that is like such a huge conversation that just making a video and saying, oh, one of the major problems of Guild Wars is too easy. My guy, that's such a fucking conversation to unpack. You're unprepared for it. Like, you can see that he's unprepared for it because his points are just literally very surface level and very subjective, and like, yeah, I don't know. So, or all in all, I would say I disagree. You have a huge conversation. Oh my god, why the long pause, Emmy? Why the long pause? I'm interested. I am interested in your long conversation. Sunday is about to be all conversations. Very long ones. This Sunday also had conversations. Damn, you know what? I should talk about I should talk about what happened. I should talk about what happened. I want to talk about what happened. Legitimately. That would be so cool, you know? That would be so fucking cool to share that story. Damn. Perhaps I should, because I like talking about my experiences. Let the record show I was against it. I was against what? Talking about it? Okay, against what then? Define what you're saying. Text is hard, Emmy. What caused us to run into the problem? Oh my god. No show of powers. Oh, to show off powers. It was an. Yeah. It was crazy that you did that. And then Nick's going like every time we want to talk to someone, look at what happens. Have you seen at your last interaction? I had a migraine on Sunday, so I couldn't dunk on you on your group for how that was handled. But yeah, and thank you so much. I have to thank you so much for actually wasting that action that you did and going like, okay, maybe I should kind of like spread confusion so we can actually escape. Because like that was the end of the campaign right there. Like you were looking death in the eyes. You were looking the Grim Reaper in you straight in the eye. Legitimately. I have to tell you this. So yeah, that was a cool move right there. Oh wait, I have to charge my. I'll take 5 minutes because I need to charge my vapor and also to get some hot chocolate going. I'll be right back. Okay. I don't know why I got you into black screen. Just I don't know why I did that. There you go. And I'll be right back. Okay. I see a small essay there, and I'm gonna read it. The enemy won't know what you're doing if you don't know what you're doing. Okay, Edgelord. Well, let me finish this, and then I'm gonna talk about some stuff. Come on.
is on new content. But there needs to be a balance of new content and working to better the older existing content.
I 100% agree.
I also
told people
100%
before
agree. But I wouldn't say it's one of the worst parts. Like, the context is bad, my guy.
that my vision I would love to see fulfilled for the game is have, if you've got right now, let's say they've got 100% of their dev team. I'm going to make up numbers. Let's say they got 10 devs and they're all working on new stuff. I would love if they just had like 8 or 9 devs working on new stuff, and then the last 1 or 2 devs constantly working on the oldest problem in their queue. Because the way I imagine it is right now is like they've got a list of things they got to take care of, right? There's every bug fix you've ever submitted is on that list. But the problem is whenever something urgent pops up, like,
It's not just bugs, it's also balance and other shit.
the login server is broken or something, that goes to the top of the list and it pushes everything down. And there's some things on that list that have been pushed down for like 10 years and they will simply never get to it. I would love if like 10% of their devs were constantly addressing whatever the oldest concern was, and the rest were constantly working on the most important, in their eyes, concern. 100%.
I'm so gonna start streaming XCOM 2. I just decided right now, I'm gonna start streaming XCOM 2 as well. I gotta go back and install it and then look at the mods and try not to make a mod salad. Last time was pretty stable. If I can find my mod list from that time, I can definitely make it very enjoyable. And then I will create all my friends. And then I will send them to die horribly and I will laugh maniacally.
100% agree with them. I would love that.
At least give players a reason to do it other than do it if you like it. That way the new players can feel like they're cared for as well. So there you have it. That is my list of what I think are the worst things about Guild Wars 2.
Well, your take sucks. The end. Okay. No, I mostly disagree with what was said. Or rather, I found it non-points because they are not well established. The context is not fucking good enough. It's like very generic, very subjective. More than it should be, I'd say. There's nothing based on anything. It's just like, oh, I think the game is too easy. Why don't you look into for whom and why and what it means, and can that be still fun? Can it not be fun? Before you proclaim the worst part, like, whatever, whatever, whatever. We watched it. I'm just gonna do, my reaction to this video is like an old person's kind of like, that kind of thing. Or old people kind of do this like, sometimes. This is literally, that's my reaction to this video. I'm sorry. He's too easy. Yeah, he went down like a chump. Uh, but 1 second. Okay, there we go. Got you. So what we were saying though, what were we saying? First of all, let me check my Discord. There we go. So let me put Discord on my other screen because you don't need to. What the fuck? Just go where I tell you. Okay, cool. And then this is also there. And I can just lower that and minimize that, maximize that. And in general, we're good. Okay. So, if you know me, which you should, because like I'm famous, I'm mega super famous. But no, jokes aside, if you know me, you know that I like talking about uh, memories and experiences that I've had. And you know that sometimes I just bring them up and I treat you like a diary. Well, I treat you like my fucking amateur therapist, and I treat my stream like a diary. Um, and I just speak my mind unfiltered about things that have happened. Sometimes they include other people. Most of the times they include other people, and I share my opinion on them and my opinion on what happened. Um, and also, I have no concept of TMI and no concept of. I'm an open book. I will talk about everything. I really don't care. Not in an edgelord way, but in the way of like, those are my experiences. That they belong to me as they belong, as much as they belong to the person that I created with, them with. English is hard. And it is my right to talk about them and how they made me feel and what my opinion on those things are. So I don't really care, and I do have zero issues with sharing like my private life as well, because like I'm just an open book, honestly, like that. So my brain is wired like that. I don't have any concept of like all that stuff. I understand it when somebody comes to me and says, "This should be between us only." I will 100% keep it only between us. But you know, when it comes to the point where I want to talk about that, and maybe it's private, maybe nobody else needs to know it, but to me, those things don't exist. It's like you do need to know it because I want to share it. So yeah. Um, I don't do it with malice. I do it because it's an experience I lived, and I want to relay that and talk about it. And I like talking about it on stream, because to me that's very cathartic and interesting. And it's also an interesting little experiment when it comes to streaming as well. And I also don't think that parasocial elements are that horrible. Honestly, I don't mind if people know about me, or even like stuff like parts of my sex life, for example, or anything like that. I don't mind that. Comes with a few benefits as well. It's funny stories, and you get to know a little bit about me and how I think, and also, yeah, I just, yeah, if I have no private life within reason, it also can never be a matter of debate, because it's just in the open. I don't care. I'm transparent. I assassinated Kennedy. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go for. Listen, just let me build it up, okay? You just assassinated my exposition about assassinating Kennedy. What the hell? What the hell, Yemi? I trusted you. Mm. And so, as always, the people that I talk about, whenever I'm about to talk about stuff like that, I always say, hey, if the person who I'm talking about happens to see this, because I don't keep this private, right? If the person that I'm talking about, or I'm referencing sometimes, or it concerns, is around, and they go like, hey, don't talk about that, my answer is, I'm sorry, I will, because like this is my personal space, right? These things may have involved you, but I'm talking about my side, all right, and how I felt. You can go make another stream and talk about your side, and you can even debate me on what I'm saying, but that's where it stops. Okay. Um, and when it is absolutely unnecessary, I avoid giving names, you know, because that's not like always my choice. It's like if it is irrelevant, if the person could be called Bob, Jim, Maria, or like Dudley or something, and then it just doesn't matter, then there is also no point for me to say the name. But when it does matter, I do say the name. Um, anyway, all this prefacing was done because I want to share a story, and it's been like such a long time since I did that, right? It's been such a fucking long time since I did that, and I want to start doing that. I want to start like communicating. again. I want to start um, counseling with you again. So I prefaced it with all of this. Of course, I could have done it on a Saturday, but you cannot control inspiration any more than you can control aspiration. So I will talk about it now before we go in game. And if you don't like story time with Daphne, and you want to straight watch some Guild Wars gameplay first, there's probably some other channels right now that are offering gameplay, and you can come back later, or not at all, or you can stay and just chill or whatever. Because I will play. I want to play. I want to do my weeklies. But I just want to talk about something because Emmy coming in and talking about all that a little bit, like just the RP and all that. Because as you know, we do have a Sunday RPG session. It made me remember this certain thing, and I want to share it from the start. And wait, we do? Yes, we do. So okay, I think so. Unless I'm hallucinating it, maybe fucking unless it's an aneurysm or something on my end. So that's a very consistent aneurysm on schedule. Where was I? So I've made all this statement, and again, if you've watched older content of mine, you know that I talk about these things. You already know everything I just said, but because I have not done this for such a long time, I thought I will refresh your memory about how this goes. Um, so I want to talk about a certain acquaintance that I made. It started really well, and from there it snowballed so hard. It literally was such a beautiful train wreck, and now I'm gonna share it with you with my hot chocolate, right? Mm. And I hope I can. I hope my vapor has charged enough to accompany my chocolate with some tasty, delicious puffs. Be right back. So, and this is interesting because it also involves my flatmate Joe. I'll stop saying my flatmate. I'll start saying Joe. Joe is his name. I'll start using it. You should get to know each other. So anyway, it also concerns Joe to an extent, and you will see how. So it all begins when Joe just tells me, "Hey, I've got a friend. I've made an acquaintance. This acquaintance is a trans person, and they don't have a safe space for their hobbies. They don't really have a lot of friends right now because of them coming out. And it's been a little bit of a rough ride. And they also like their very long relationship also broke down, and they would like some company and all that. And then Joe tells me I thought about you, and I knew that you were playing. You're hosting RP sessions every like Sunday, and I thought maybe you want another person for the group or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Pass them my Discord. Let me see what can happen and all that. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'll help. Help a sister out. Um, Little did I know that that sentence is full of fallacies. Anyway, um, and so I meet with X. You don't need to know the name. Let's call them X. If it was relevant in any way, I would have no qualms about revealing it, but it doesn't matter. Professor Xavier, yes, exactly. Um, yeah. Anyways, let's go back to the telling. What happens is I introduce them. I introduce X to the group on our little private, very secret, super shady. It's not shady. RPG Discord group, where we're like 5 people, and now we were 6, and it seems to go well. I did notice at first a bit of it was a little bit peculiar because as we were discussing the rule set, which rule set is my rule set, by the way, like we're talking about my rule set, for which I do have the rights, I do have like everything. It's like, yeah, it's copyrighted, it's mine, right? It's my rule set. Okay, so I've mentioned it a few times before, so that's why I said my rule set. I just wanted the context there. And so the person goes like, "Oh, but like this, I don't understand," and all this, and I'm trying to explain to them some core concepts of the rule set, and they are having like severe trouble, but not the regular kind of trouble. It seemed to me that the person was literally drowning in the smallest of details, and that kind of like alerted me a little bit. But I was like, nah, there's no way. I was really hyped. I was really optimistic. I was very sympathetic. I was like, yeah, I was excited. Um, we also talked a lot. So in private with a person, and I liked our talks. Honestly, I was vibing, and so I ignored that little instinct there, going like, that's weird that this person is getting so confused about these things. Like not confused, but like caught up. Like literally caught up on things, like a lot. Very small things that were very easy to answer if you just open your mind to new concepts and you don't try to like shove a fucking cylinder into a square shape, which is what the person was definitely doing in retrospect. Um, anyway, so we talk and all that, and we kind of vibe enough at one point that we're like, okay, we should meet. Like we're actually vibing a lot. We should probably meet. We do meet in real life. And I have to say here, because this needs good context, right? I have to say here, um, that meeting wasn't, and that is something that I stated openly. I was like, hey, this is not a booty call. This is, we're actually meeting. Like we're gonna just meet. We're gonna chill, have a few beers at my place. Joe was there. It's not per se a date, but you're interesting enough to me that it might evolve into a date. But it is not my perspective. This is like just not perspective. My priorities. My priorities. I find you very interesting. I want to meet you. I want to know more. This sounds interesting. Like you're an interesting person. I would like to get to know you. What's your name? What's your number? I would like to get to know you. Can we have a conversation? Fucking Cypress Hill. But no, for real. Sorry, I'm just in a very silly mood. So, because it's a very silly story. And I want you to know before I go on, excusez-moi, I want you to know before I go on that I don't really hold any lingering bad feelings for the person. Yes, I got pissed off. All of us did, to be honest. But I cannot talk about others. I will just talk about myself. I got really pissed off. I got really stressed at one point. I really disliked the person for a hot moment or two. But honestly, there is no lingering like malice. It's just a cool story that like it makes me laugh. It already makes me laugh. So it's okay. Not in a bad way. It's like just a funny story. And I like funny stories. Um, so yeah, it's not like I'm hating the person or throwing shade. I'm sharing it because it's amusing and I like telling stories. And so mm, slurp. And so we meet, and that's cool. And we do have a couple of beers, and it just they tell me that they are into LLMs and AI and all that stuff, in the sense of like they like designing frameworks, they like all that stuff. I'm not too technically savvy, so I'm just parroting. Okay, so don't ask me about that shit. Like the way that my Daphne brain saw this was like, oh, okay, that person just likes to fuck around with AI and try to make it do things. That's it, right? That was like what I took from it. Um, and they're writing some stuff and they're designing some stuff and all that. Um, anyway, night goes on and it gets to the point where Yes, like creating AI personalities, etc. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly how my primitive brain figured it in the moment. I was like, oh, so you're basically telling the AI to do stuff for you, and creating like frameworks on which it works, like filters or prisms through which the AI sees things and organizes things accordingly. That was my primitive take without knowing a single fucking thing about it. And also, to be honest, whenever they were explaining, X was explaining this to me, I was like completely uninterested because I did find it cool. I did find it really cool as an idea, but just in the moment, it was a very random conversation, and I couldn't contribute. That's why I wasn't interested. Like, I can't contribute. I just don't know anything about it. So I really can't say anything. I was just like, oh, okay. That sounds impressive, Don't know what else to say. And so, and we end up kind of like, snuggling a little bit there. I mean, I know I'm irresistible, okay? That's for sure. But yeah, anyway, we start snuggling a little bit, and it goes a step further. On at which point, there was some foreplay of a certain kind, which lasted a lot longer than it should have. By which I mean more than 2 hours. But let's be generous and say around the 2 hour mark. At which point, for some reasons that I will tell you, I couldn't continue. And these reasons were not because the person wasn't doing a great job. They were doing a great job. Emphasis on the job part. It was a good job. But, well, certain characteristics of the person weren't to my liking that much. And so they just, prevented me from fully enjoying the experience to a point where I would commit to such a thing, especially to such a thing being consistent. And so I was like, okay, that was great, but I think it's fine. I'm not going to like I'm not going to finish like this. And I'm like, and I meant it. I was like, it's not you, but rather I'm fine. Like, this is fine, but I don't like, it's nothing else is gonna happen. That's okay. And the reason why this lasted for 2 hours is because, once I said that, I think maybe I triggered the person and they wanted to like change my mind on it, or really, like, to quote them, um, offer me a kind of pleasure that they want to offer to me. And I was like, yeah, no, it's fine. I get it and I respect it and I really appreciate it that you're feeling this way. But for example, I am like, I've enjoyed it, but like, this should stop probably. And I was being very soft about it because, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Who am I to say? I can only just tell people, that I personally don't vibe that much, not that much, on the physical department. And so probably, especially considering that I'm very much a 50-50 person, and like, I like somebody's inner world, I do prefer to also like their, physical appearance. And so if one of them is missing, I usually am flexible. But if one of them steers too much into territory where it's not okay with me, I'm not that flexible. Okay, which makes sense. Some people like strawberry, some people like chocolate, some people like vanilla. What can you do? It's my right not to like something. So, um, there were some cuddles of reassurance. Um, I am going to say, yeah, no, I mean, nobody likes that. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. Don't take it to the extreme, okay? Flexible, okay? Flexible doesn't mean pineapples on pizza, though. So, so I will tell you this as well. Even though it was an interesting physical experience, um, my God, the amount of saliva We were recreating Alien 1 right there. You know the scene. Guy looks up, there is like saliva, that kind of amount, there was like a lot of liquids going on. The bed was wet, I was wet, my clothes were wet, everything was wet, way too wet. Listen. Anyway, and also something that I told them was like, it's also the brand of cigarettes that you're smoking, the brand of tobacco that you're smoking. That taste in my mouth is a no-no, and that kind of odor on saliva, on my, well, everything at that point, also no. So, but that was minor. I was like, yeah, if we end up like clicking, maybe that person can change that, for example, because it was really a brand that I don't like that, like, at all. I hate smoking as it is anymore. I can't smoke anymore. Anyway, yeah, okay. So another thing that I didn't like was like, or at the end I didn't like that, because at first I was like, okay, I got friends who literally like live and breathe weed, right? Some MJ, some 420, all that fucking meme. But that person was a little bit too much on that regard, like a little bit too much, a little bit, but enough for me to be like, ah, you know, maybe tone that down a little bit. Anyway, as an aside, um, so to go back to the timeline, right? There we are. We're sitting there, and I'm going into my mode of lessening the cuddling, so as to give less of a stepping stone, and to take it to a more neutral territory, like not crash landed in neutral, but like just gently let it slide on all that saliva as well, and land carefully like a snail with wings, and then just let it go on its own way. Um, that didn't happen because the person had an immediate existential crisis. That's the only fucking way I can, like a crash out. I will not say existential crisis. I will use the right words. The person just spiraled. They crashed hard. And they started telling me stuff like, what is going to happen now? What's happening now? And I'm like, and they were intense a lot. And I was like, I don't know, dude. We just chill. Yeah, you blew me and it was great, but like, this is not clicking. But that doesn't have to be the end. Like, chill. We can, like, you're a cool guy or whatever. Or not guy, but like unisex kind of guy. As in, I use it in a unisex way, the word guy and dude. I shouldn't, but sometimes it slips. A person. You're a cool person, and in that case, why don't we continue gaming and playing and all that shit, and just hang out and all that shit. Like, cool. It's cool. Nothing bad happened. Like, it's all Gucci. We tried something. Um, didn't work out. It's Gucci. We can go on. Um, Small parenthesis. Within this margin of spiraling, the person was also telling me while we were like laying in bed and just like talking about things and about ourselves and like getting to know a little bit. They were mentioning that, like, they said, I don't think I'm actually a trans woman. I think that I'm like something else that I can't understand, and blah blah blah. And they start spiraling that way as well. And it so happens, again, strawberry and vanilla thingy. It so happens that, like, in this day and age, right, of my personal story arc, I'm I happen to be looking to be more interested in having, well, Neris is my partner, but I'm interested into having a trans femme partner, right? Um, and so that was very specific of me, and I had also declared that. I had mentioned it. And so the moment that the person, along with all the rest of the things that were happening in my head, also starts mentioning that they're feeling confused and all that, and we talk more about it, and it turns out that they had a very, very emotionally violent and reprehensible experience with someone which made them think they are a trans woman. Which in and on itself, that's some Baki shit right there. Remember the panel from Baki where Yujiro just grabs the dude there and like turns him into his beats quite literally, which by the way, repulsive. But like I'm just trying to set an example. Um, that's not a reason for anyone to transition into anything. That's just a person having a horrible experience that they shouldn't be having, a very traumatic one. It shouldn't be the origin point of someone's transition story arc. Okay, I think we can agree at that much. Like, maybe see a therapist at that point. If your mind reacted by you wanting to change your gender and sex or whatever because of such an experience, therapy, my friend, therapy, therapeutic, pure, clear therapy. Okay, that's what you need to do before anything else. If it affected you this much, you definitely need to work it out. You definitely don't need to go around checking whether you like blowing people. Because you're going to hurt them, you're going to hurt yourself. So, after hearing all that, I was literally just out of it completely. I was like, okay, that's strange because not only did it start that way, but also now you're telling me it's fresh. And also you're telling me, or not now, but like you've also told me it's fresh. And you've also told me you just broke up with someone with whom you were more than 10 years with, of the opposite gender. And you're telling me that like you don't know if you're a trans woman or a trans femme at all or what you are. And all of this, including the physical stuff, I was just out. I was out of there. I mean, the incompatibilities were just piling up. And I was still fine. I was still fine. I was like, hey, maybe we can still kind of like, not maybe, but like surely we can be friends. We can do stuff. And the person asked me, okay, will we also cuddle? To which I'm like, you know what? Like, and you know me, I have extreme difficulty with rejecting people, not rejection, with rejecting people. I have great difficulty. I'm working on it constantly, but I have difficulty with that, right? It's easier these days, especially because of situations like that. they, they're teaching me. Still, I said something vague, such as, yeah, it might still happen, and I left it there. But I made my intentions clear that this is not for me, and I do not want it on that level, and it's not working. In the nicest way that I could, I said these things. And after hearing that, then the person completely like triple spiraled into starting to grab their balls and walk around the room, like pace around and going like, "Oh my god, it hurts so much," and I'm like, "What hurts?" I was literally at that point I was worried, and the person was like, "What?" I'm like, "What hurts?" And they're like, "My balls. You gave me blue balls. I did what I did because I thought you were gonna, like, let me fuck you afterwards." And I'm like, "What? What kind of like fucking brain rot are you suffering from?" Like, I didn't say that, but I was like, I thought it. I was like, what is this fucking brain rot? What is this person saying to me right now? That was fucking traumatizing. I never agreed to anything like that. And that traumatized me. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are you saying? And they were acting like I literally hurt them to the point where I said, hey, did I actually hit you there accidentally? Maybe I moved my knee or something and it kind of like got you there? Like, I don't fucking know. And they were like, no, I just thought I said, what? That like I'm gonna be your girlfriend afterwards? Like, my my person, you wanted to do this. I had no issue with checking it. We checked it. It doesn't work. That's it. Nobody owes anybody anything. There was no agreement. There was no paper signed. There shouldn't be for such things. You just do something because you fucking find it cool and funny and you want it. Not because you're expecting the other person to do something in return. Like what? No. There's no guarantee for it. Ideally, that's what would happen. But since we established that we don't vibe, why would it happen? You know? And so the person started to act like I owe them something, and they're again like that was terrifying to me. They started pacing around and going like, "Ah, oh, my balls!" Like And then they started saying like, "Oh my god, it's also leaking. I have to use the bathroom." And I'm like, "Do you like what the fuck? Do you want to like maybe use the the bathtub? Like maybe you want to wash, like have a shower, like calm down?" And they were like, "No, I'll just jerk it off. It'll be okay." And I'm like, "Oh my god, I cannot be like going through this. Like, what the fuck is this?" And they come out and they're like, "I need to smoke some weed to calm down." And I'm like, "Okay, sure, let's go. Let's step outside and light one up and just relax, I guess." And so they, of course, like they smoke that almost all on their own. I just took one puff or something because I'm not into that too much, honestly. But I wanted to be supportive and engaging. Um, and they would still grab their crotch like they're fucking Eminem or something and walk around like that. Smoke them. Shh, shh, shh. Nope. No. Bad Emmy. Bad Emmy. Leave my auto mode alone, okay? Uh so let me take a sip. One sec. Ah, you fucking fox. So they keep running around and go, "You gave me blue balls," or shit like that. Which by the way developed into an inside joke. I gotta tell you that. Um because yeah, that was hilarious. I'm sorry. It was traumatic, but like my processing process, wow, is that the thing? The way that I process things is like I laugh about them and I share them. And that's how I process things. You know, I turn them into cute little pigeons, pure and white doves that I can release and watch them fly and then spiral down into the ground and crash in a puddle of cum, and then I laugh at it. That's sort of like my processing, process, as I said earlier. So, but yeah, this little cum pigeon. Let's talk about that in particular again. I don't want to like derail this. Um, yeah, it crash lands. All this happens, and at that point, I actually wasn't okay emotionally, and I wanted to be alone. So they leave. Uneventful, nothing bad. As in, we didn't have a fuss about it or an argument. I was really hurt, honestly. As I said, I was like traumatized by this shit. Um, and guilt tripped, if I'm honest. And then the week goes by or whatever, and it's almost time to have our first session. And I'm really good at like separating game from, which is ironic, by the way, considering some things I've said. That's ironic, but I can't do that. I can separate a person from an activity. So maybe I can't separate somebody's in character with out of character, but I can definitely separate. Hey, Joe, we're talking about blue balls. I'm telling you. And so yeah, I'm good at separating those. And by that I mean like somebody can be not a good friend, but maybe we still play together. They can be gaming buddies. Or are you? So okay, okay. So I was like, okay, this happened with this person, but we can still play. We can still have a nice time every Sunday. That would be cool, and all that. And so the first session starts, and already within like 15 minutes, that person has managed to piss everyone off. Legitimately, I say piss off, but like that is dramatic. That happened later. That happened down the line. But in the first 10 minutes, they were already a problematic player. Um, First, they had this very strange way of stating what they're going to do. So, whatever they did, they would first say intent and then silent, semicolon. So it would be like intent, I want to speak. Intent, I want to walk. which was already very disruptive and kind of like alienating. Okay, scratch the disruptive part. I'm gonna be generous. It was alienating because nobody does that. That is like so fucking weird. And so it was always intent, intent, intent. Now, some cool context, right? Whenever we were creating their character, or when we were creating their character, whenever is not a good word for it, because it implies it happened multiple times. Anyway, English lessons, right? So when we were making their character together, they specifically told me, I want a pacifist healer that will always avoid harming anyone. And that is a challenge that I will most definitely relish, you know? And I'm like, are you sure though? Because it doesn't, like, to me, it didn't sound well rounded, but the person was insisting so much that I was like, damn, okay, that's some dedication. Okay, let's go. Let's build you a healer. And then I'm interested to see that RP roll out, you know? And I'm interested to see what's going to happen. And I told them, like, you know, what are you going to be doing in combat rounds? And they were like, oh, well, I don't care about combat that much. I'll just be healing people. I'll protecting people. That's it. I'm like, okay, you know, that sounds cool. That's a cool idea, cool concept. And don't get me wrong, not just in my rule set, but definitely in my rule set, that can work. But also in other rule sets, it can work. But you have to take the disadvantages with it, right? Because if you're going full pacifist, well, that's going to cause some issues. There's going to be, and I mean technical issues, because you're going to stay out of a turn because you're just not doing anything because nobody's hurt and you don't want to hurt anyone. And everyone else is doing their job. So you're just sitting there doing nothing, you know? You don't even have any other skills. You just have only healing. That's all you got. Just healing. That's it. Okay, you know. Um, And they were like, "No, I'm adamant. I will do this. I got this." Blue balls, Joe. Blue balls. Blue balls. Sorry, I can't resist that. I can't fucking resist it. This has become like an inside joke with Joe. Like there's no way. There's no way. Sorry. Anyway, sorry interrupting. So so um, where was I? Right. They're green balls by now. I don't know what they are. As long as they're away from me. So first few turns, first session is a mix. Just to TLDR it, first session was a mix of intent. I do this. Intent. I do that. Intent. I do this. Intent. I do that. Like all the fucking time, and combined with complaints about having nothing to do, and complaints about how everyone else is not receiving damage so that they have something to do. I don't fucking understand. That person was weird. I'm sorry. And so, and it was a question of like, they also talked so much. They talked so much. They were constantly asking about every single thing, like literally everything, and overanalyzing everything to a disgusting degree that was making everyone a little bit apprehensive. Like, what the fuck is that? Is this how it's gonna go? Anyway, and that happens, and it's a great session because I have a great group and I'm a fucking awesome DM. Yo, the flex. But no, it was a good session, despite of that, right? And we all just say, okay, we'll see next session is gonna be fine. Maybe they're just acclimating. Maybe X is acclimating still. It's fine. Even though, I'll be honest, some of the rules, some parts of the rules can be complex, but my guy, don't don't go there. Keep it simple. Get a heal, another heal, a passive heal, a regen, and a shield, and move on with your life. Easy peasy, die squeezy. And anyway, so second session. And in between, they start mentioning that they would like to create an app. I'm not sure what they said. That will automate the rules, my rule set, in digital form. So basically, an application that will automate the rules. To which I said, that sounds like a cool pet project. Um, if you want to work on it, you can. Obviously, I retain all the rights of the material of the rule set. But if you want to do it and show me like a proof of concept, I'd be interested to see that. If you want to do it, you don't have to do it. I was very clear about it. You don't have to do it. I'm not asking you to do it. I was very clear. I literally said that. Like, I'm not asking you to do anything. But if you want to present like some kind of application and show me like, oh, look, I did this with your rules, for example, right? Want to check it out and tell me what you think and if I should continue. And I'm like, yeah, we can, just show me. Yeah, sure. Okay. To which they were extremely excited. And they started working on that apparently. Now, remember, I didn't tell them to, and I didn't ask them to. I just said, if you want to make it and show me without sharing it with the world or anything, if you just want to present me a proof of concept, I'd be interested to see it. Like, this has potential, I said. I never wanted it to be that thing. I wanted to be like traditional rule set. But sure, I'm also not going to say no to that, depending. So, show me what you got and then we decide. Fair enough. Second fucking session. Uh, Second session was even more interesting. Um, the person X, okay, X had a complete breakdown at one point. They were like, they also did that in the first session, by the way. And Emmy can correct me on that one if I am wrong. But even on the first session, the person was already going like, oh, I can't go on like this. I can't go on. Like they really liked saying that. They really enjoyed saying. I think they also started from the first session. Maybe it happened on the second one first time. I don't remember clearly that part of the detail. That detail, sorry. But I think it was also in the first session. They were like, okay, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I do. I remember it 100%. It was very clear. In the first session, I think they had like one or two moments when they were like, I don't understand how this game is played. I don't understand how the rules even work. I don't understand how this exists. I don't understand. Like they were very aggressive. And there you go. Emmy remembers. There we go. But on the second session, it was even more aggressive because on the second session, they started doing this thing that I mentioned, which was literally going like, that's it for me. That's it for me. I can't. Like Elmer Fudd completely. I can't function. I can't. This is too much. This is too weird. This is not working. Blah blah. That's all. That's it for me. Like really fucking, literally fucking machine gun rapid ultimatums. Like this is it. This is the end. This is like they were literally going like that, which was very disheartening, very disruptive, and honestly disappointing and sad. And after the fucking whatever time it happened, after the third, fourth time it happened, I was like, I was resigned already. I just didn't want to fucking bother with that player anymore. I was like, what the fuck? Like this is so disruptive. Whenever somebody else would play, they would actually interject, but like not often. But when they did, it was to actually talk about interjections or for like seriously mismatch, like complete mismatch, complete chemistry breakdown, like group chemistry complete breakdown, like nothing was clicking with that person, nothing, legitimately nothing. Something good came out of it because they made me realize that in a PvP situation, there should be a very specific order of stating actions and reactions in relation to each other. But that is something the table will agree on. It's not something I can put in the rules. This is something the table will agree on. But for my table, quote unquote, because it's virtual, on Discord and on Tailspire, awesome by the way, Tailspire. Anyway, I was like, okay, from now on, when there is like an interaction between group members and you're both like, not NPCs, what should happen is this order of that and that and that, easy stuff. We figured it out. Um, X was the one who brought it up. So that was the only thing, the only positive thing out of this experience. That we got to be like, okay, let's revise things as a group, we'll do this and that. Great. That was amazing. A minor thing, but great. devil's advocate here, being fair, respect where it's due. That was a good topic. That was a good discussion. The way it happened was horrible. Don't get me wrong, it was still fucking horrible the way that the guy was acting, but the result was positive, so that's fine. Or not fine, but at least you can say there is that. But for everything else, they were extremely disruptive again. They were doing the ultimatum thing, like this is it, like that kind of thing. They were completely disorganized as a player. They didn't have their abilities in a character sheet. Um, their character sheet was literally a huge text brick of exposition, which meant absolutely dog shit, and in many ways contradicted the rules. So I had to actually go in there and butcher it and be like, okay, I don't care about the fluff, but this ability that you're mentioning here, you don't get that for free. I'm sorry, just because you wrote it in your exposition paper. You will not write free abilities in your background. Let's try to make it this. And to accommodate them, I made them a whole separate fucking system of alchemy, uh, a special, let's say, version of an existing system just for their character, just because they really wanted that fantasy of like brewing potions. And so I made them a whole ass fucking system that I'll never use in my rule set just for them. Waste of my time. Anyway, and it was a good system. And I might incorporate it. But we'll see. And so, what was I saying? Yeah. And so, that's the second session. It was already like really bad. And by the third session and in between, all of everything just started breaking out. So the week between the third session and the second, they started talking a lot about their application they were developing, to the point where they had a functioning prototype or something. To which I was very busy in that week, and I told them, okay, could you maybe put it on ice for now, because I cannot actually oversee it or check it. I want to check it next week, is what I had said. So please, for now, stop developing it, because I also need to consult my lawyer about the rights, if there is any like infringement or whatever. I don't want either of us to get legally like involved. So please stop. I will check your work and I will talk to my lawyer, okay? Not to punish the person, but just to consult my lawyer to be like, is this going to endanger my rights? Like, can a person, worst case scenario, hack this body, this X person, take that application and then say that's my rules? Or maybe X goes crazy and they go like, this is my rule set. And I wanted to cover myself, because that's natural. It's natural, completely natural. And I told them, look, okay, can you put it on ice? Because like, yeah, there is this and that, okay. And they're like, yeah, okay, sure. But I just want to help you. And I'm like, okay, I know you want to help me. Please stop developing it. I want to consult my lawyer because I might have to ask you to stop. That's all. It's not personal. We'll see next week. And the person goes like, yeah, but like, I want to help you though. I'm like, yeah, let me tell you a story, buddy. With the same rule set, I've had the same problem of somebody telling me, essentially, I'm going to steal your work if you don't do A and B and C. And essentially give me money to develop the game. I'm going to develop it on my own. I'm going to take the rule set, change some things, and then I'll say it's mine and you can't do shit. Which, by the way, was not correct, and that person would have been sued to high heaven. Anyway, I'm friends with that person now. We talked about it. That's solved. But the example still stands. And I gave that example to X to tell X that, like, please don't insist because I'm triggered by that shit, okay? I've been through that. It hurt me. Please stop. So they go like, okay, cool. I'll stop. That's fine. That's fine. You said you're going to look at it, and said, yeah, I will look at it next week. With no promise that I'm going to let you do it, okay? Just, I'll look at it. We'll see what happens. And they're okay with that. And then the third session strikes, And before it happens, we Emmy, was it the third or fourth? I don't remember. I think maybe there were 4 sessions, and it's the fourth one that never happened. I think a third one happened. The fourth one never happened. I'm pretty sure. Or am I wrong? And the third one never happened. That one is a bit blurry for me. Third one, okay. Before the third session, um, we have this conversation. Then again towards the end of the week, right? I think it was towards the end of the week where they lost their shit, like literally on the same day of the session, and that's why I got confused. I'm pretty sure it was going to be the third session, but they got really worked up on that Sunday and or Saturday, I don't remember, and then they never attended, I think. And that's because they lost their shit completely. Because they brought up the application again. We were already talking with the rest of the group. We were already talking about like how they are very disruptive and they don't seem to be like literally combat turns would take 5 minutes, and then when that person was there, they were taking like at least 40 minutes. Like the difference was insane. They were hogging time. They were constantly interrupting. They were putting me out of narration mode. They were putting other characters, other players out of their RP modes and moods. Sorry, not modes. Um, it was completely disruptive. Like disruptive is the word I'm going to use. Like definitely that's the word I'm going to use. It's a very disruptive presence. Like extremely disruptive. And so we were already kind of like debating how we're gonna handle it, and the debate was like, let's try this Sunday. If they're still bad, I'll try to tell them on the spot that like, X, my darling, either conform to the group because the group is not gonna conform to you. You're the new person. Please conform. Just calm down, read the room. Be a bit more to the point. Organize your thoughts. Organize your notes. Organize your character sheet. Uh, have some combos that your character can do, like some notes that go like, when this happens I do this and that, and like yeah, so some things like that. Maybe dump down your character a bit because maybe you're overextending into shit you don't understand yet and you don't have the familiarity yet with the system. And I was ready to do that, and also as a failsafe, as a final failsafe, we were like, if that doesn't work, then by the end of it we're gonna kick them, and we were ready to do that because it was really disruptive and nobody was having fun. Um, and yet, as we were talking, that guy starts talking about the application again, as I said, and they are just not letting it go. They are just starting to be very aggressive. They're starting to accuse me. They're starting to accuse me that I forced them to work on it, which is ridiculous because our conversations were public. Um, so the whole group could see. I never forced them. They were lying literally out of their ass. They said that like I am ungrateful and that I should learn to accept gifts and other weird fucking Karem situation shit that I don't fuck with. Um, at one point, another member of the group talked to them, said like, "My guy, your logic just doesn't hold." Like they argued a bit back and forth. X's debating points were really shit. Their arguments were really shit. And in the meantime, they were literally triggering me because they weren't accepting that I had consulted my lawyer, and my lawyer told me to tell them that they need to stop work on that and they need to really put it on ice, if not outright just delete it, and wait until I publish, and then we can talk about it. You know, just to be super safe. And so I told them that in response, and yeah, as I said, they lost their shit about it, and the whole thing ensued, like the whole chaos ensued, right? Uh, at one point I just had to step in and say, hey, stop arguing. X, this is not working. It's not personal, but I'm going to officially ask you to desist from using my rule set for whatever you're developing. I'm going to ask you to delete what you've got. I'm going to ask you to delete the application that you were doing. I don't give you permission for any of it anymore. And I'm asking you to stop right now. And like I'm legally asking you to stop right now. And I will also ask you to step away from the group because it's just not working. There is like clearly an energy mismatch. And this is literally the wording I used. Like I was very formal and I was very calm and I was like, yeah, that's the case. And it's a shame, but it happens. And it doesn't have to be personal. And if you liked us as a company, outside of gaming, right? Just as a company, you can just add us on a personal level and continue being friends, just like fucking adults. And nope, that wasn't gonna happen because X just up and left immediately. The moment I pressed enter to send that thing, and the moment they read that I'm asking them to cease and desist and give up all the material and like just delete it on their end, like officially, they were out of there because those were the first, like they were among the first sentences. Um, So I had to copy paste that because you have to make sure that the other person actually sees it. You have to have evidence that you said that and that they saw it, right? So I copy paste that and I send them a DM and I'm saying, hey, I'm sorry this happened, and I'm sorry that I have to annoy you in private. But actually, I am obligated to tell you to make it known to you that I'm saying in case you missed it because you left the channel too fast. I'm asking you to desist and give up the material and cease working on it immediately. To which I think they deleted me. I haven't checked since then, but I think they deleted me as a response. But I did send it, so it's there. And after that, I also found out that they had said to my flatmate, to Joe, that this is the cherry on the top, right? This is literally the cherry on the top. They tell Joe, my flatmate, um, I had an amazing time with Daphne that day. We were cuddling all night. She was really into me. She was fucking loving it. And then she just vaguely told me that this will continue and that she loves it. So this fucking liar, legitimately. So I tell Joe what happened. Um, he also, anyway, and that is like just the cherry on the top. And then they also contact Joe again once they left the group because that happened a bit earlier. What I just said. When they left the group, they also contacted Joe, and they were like, "I am so pissed right now." Like Joe literally showed me the conversation, and the guy was like, X was like, "I'm so pissed right now. I can't believe it. I'm done dealing with people's immaturity and inability to understand what a gift really is and how great my gifts are, and some other fucking deluded shit like that." To which I tell Joe that, like, dude, honestly, I can show you our chats and you can tell me what you think. And Joe was like, no, I believe you because, like, your Discord is right there. Like, my screen is right here. He can see everything. And so we determined that this person is a horrible, fucking disgusting liar and very confused with themselves. And holy shit, that was such a huge yikes. All of that was such a huge yikes. And I wanted to share it because that's how I process things. And that was horrible. I'm not gonna lie. The whole thing made everyone feel horrible. The experience was very bad. And then after the person left, nature healed. Like legitimately, nature healed immediately. Like that third set that kind of session that was gonna be the third one happened without the person, and it was a little bit 50-50. But the next one was great, and nature healed, and everything is okay. And I'm still traumatized by having a person pace around in my room, grabbing their balls and going like, blue balls, blue balls. You gave me blue balls. And hence the joke with Joe where we just scream at each other while grabbing. You can't see it because I don't have my camera on. But yeah, whenever we do that, we're like grabbing our crotches and yelling at each other, blue balls. I mean, exactly what you heard. Because to us, it was like such a weird fucking experience. Like, unbelievable. The whole thing was like absolutely fucked. And that's why I wanted to share it with you, so that I don't give you blue balls from not sharing stuff from my life, which I used to do. There you go. Because apparently, except, on top of being like a power hungry tyrant in MMOs, I am also an ungrateful, cock teasing bitch in real life. There is that. I am multi layered. And yeah, there's many aspects to my evil. So I had to warn you, I owe it to you because you've been here for like a while. And now you might understand why my character screen is two blue balls. Did you see that coming? Did you see that coming? I gave you blue balls. Suck on it, bitches. In fact, suck on them, bitches. And if you didn't expect that conclusion, you were foolish. You don't know me well enough, it seems. If you weren't expecting that little ace in the sleeve to conclude the story like that, you have a lot to learn, my young blue Padawan. Anyway, I didn't make this glam for that. I made it for very different reasons. But I saw it today and I was like, today I wanted to share that story. And I was like, wait a minute. Those things are blue balls, essentially. Why don't I use that character instead of say that or that when I'm like having the waiting screen like this? And then I can conclude the way I did, and I got you. But I will say that the story is very real. I will say that it was an extremely disgusting experience. I hope that person gets help, both for their traumatic experience that they had, which made them question their gender, and for their separation anxiety, because they have a lot of it, like a real lot of it, and for their self image, because their self image is really bad, and for the abuse of uh, recreational substances, because that is abuse at this point, and also for being an asshole. Now, that last part, there is no cure for that, but at least we can get the rest right. So I hope they get help for the rest. The last one, nah, you can't fucking heal stupid any more than you can change assholes, I think. So that person's gonna stay an asshole, I think. That's what I think. I believe in second chances, but this person ain't getting a second chance ever. Not for me. There are other people out there, and I don't owe it to anyone to be their like test subject on whether they've changed or not. I don't want to know. In most situations, I do want to know, but this is one of the cases where I really don't want to fucking know. I just don't want to talk to that person. And honestly, what they did with my rule set and how they handled that specifically, yikes. That made me actually very. How can I say that? Like, that shit kind of. Yeah, I can only say it triggered me. I can't find another word. It's like I don't know. It was cringe. Like I was like physically just feeling bad. It was like that felt like a violation or something. Like I didn't like that. That was like really horrible what they did. Anyway, there you go. Story time is over. Let's go in there. Let's find out what's happening. Holy shit, though. that was it was interesting sharing the story. I've shared it before because, of course, I wasn't experiencing it on my own. I mean, my flatmate is aware, and my group is aware. My RP group is aware, and they also, they lived half of it. They suffered the most for the RP part as well. Um, so I wasn't completely alone in it, but the blue balls incident, I suffered through that on my own, of course. That was, I don't know, that was so much cringe concentrated in one person. Jesus Christ. But to me, the moment that the person was like, more or less, you owe me, your asshole, I was like, bro, what the fuck? Like, that was one of the worst things that someone can tell me. I don't know. It was one of the worst things that anyone can tell me. You owe me to let me fuck you because I sucked your dick? What? Are you fucking delusional, my guy? I don't know. The whole experience was bad. But anyway, we're done. I will not speak about it anymore. Yeah, Canis. Kala. Sorry. My flatmate and his partner. I just created. Don't worry. But yeah, that was like a fucked up experience. And again, like I guess the point I was trying to make earlier is that shit. Um, Never take that shit from anyone. You don't owe anyone anything. TLDR, the balls were blue. Yeah, yeah. That was yeah, that was the TLDR of it. That's it. The balls were blue. Yeah, you can TLDR it like that. Oh god. I hope you enjoyed the story. But no, seriously though, I'm actually serious on this one. Learn from this if you need, because 7 rift hands. Shut up. 7 rift hands? Are you sure? What are you on about? Anyways, whatever. Let me just finish with the like weird gathering things that I do. But yeah, don't fucking ever be guilt tripped like this. Like, nah. That's the moral of the lesson. Some people are legitimately just assholes, and I would be lying if I said, I would be lying if I said that this didn't kind of stink of taking advantage of the trans identity badge to gain access to my asshole, I guess, since the person was like literally just not trans femme in the end, and they were very very well, apart from sucking me, I guess they were very very straight. So I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that person needs, either that person was like a hideous person or that person needs help. Either or. You pick and choose. I don't give a shit. I'm out of there. It doesn't concern me anymore. My rule set is safe, and my sanity is also safe, and that's all I care about. And yeah, just run. If you see, if something goes that way, just fucking run. It's not gonna end well ever. So just run. mind you, I am being more respectful than usual because I can be sensitive to people's appearances. But if I wanted to cause as much damage as that person caused me emotionally, I could bring up certain things about them and have a good laugh. But I won't do that. That is not beneath me, but it's just not worth it and also not relevant. But I'll just say, if you ever find yourself deciding you need to lose weight, there are ways to do it and there are ways not to do it. That's all I'm going to say about it. And in some cases, you might as well stay a little bit overweight and a little bit chubby because that is charming sometimes, rather than cause irreversible damage by bad dieting practices and do it yourself improvisations with your nutrition, which is all of which is what that person had done to themselves, and it had a certain result, which was over my hard limits when it comes to physical appearance. And you make what you want out of that. I don't care. I own my words. I own my words, and I know what I'm talking about. So do what you want with my statement there. You can choose to believe that I am horrible, or you can choose to listen to what I'm saying. Actually, but yeah, I didn't want to bring it up because, or like mention it while I was like, saying the story itself, because I think that not only did that person prove that they were horrible as a person, regardless of anything else, but also to me, honestly, and this is a separate discussion, but to me, honestly, physical appearance is a very like up for conversation topic when it comes to like who I pick for my, to be my partner. There can be instances where a person can be absolutely stunning looking, and I will still not want anything to do with them. There will be times where I will say, "Oh, physical appearance matters," but then it is outweighed by something else, and then it is not. It is very case by case. So yeah, I think I don't know. I'm just making conversation, but yeah, that's how I function usually. But here I had a very exotic or even ascended, since we're playing Guild Wars, situation. It was a very ascended situation, but I had the salvage kit. I had an ascended salvage kit for it. Anyway, yeah. So the experience of somebody though, because that's like a big part of what I want to say. The experience of having someone again, like pacing around in my room while I'm in bed, just looking at them, oogle-eyed completely, just like fucking shrimp eyes, because I'm in disbelief, and them going like, "Oh, my balls, they hurt. What did you do to me? What did you do to me?" That was Robocop 2 levels of fucking weirdness and like dystopia, cyberpunk dystopian messages. I don't know, dude. It was like Judge Dredd kind of like, comic stuff. It's the stuff that you read on a panel, and then on the next panel, Robocop breaks in and is like, "Hey, perps." I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying, but like that's how fucking dystopian and surreal that was. Like the guy just pacing around, grabbing his balls, going like, "Oh, what you did to me, you bitch!" Like, okay, they didn't say you bitch, but like they were like this. What a crazy experience, dude! What a crazy experience! Damn. And it is for that that I will now sing you my new favorite song. I'm blue, dabu dee dabba die, dabu dee dab. Ah, ah, woo! Okay, okay, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. We've got flags to gather. We got flags to gather. Ease up on it. I've said it before. Like those experiences, honestly, those and other experiences. If I couldn't laugh at them in the end, I would probably be crying about them. Unironically crying, not complaining, crying about them. That shit. What the fuck? What? What is this miniature running around? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. What a fucked up experience. What? Hey, that's unexpected. What the hell? What do I win? Ah, ah, ah. Yeah, let me just go on like stuff. Probably from musket filled with blue. Turning people into Navi. SMH. Fucking avatar over there. Avatar grossed quite well. Yeah, yeah. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. That's what I like to see out of fucking bad experiences, honestly. Funny shit. And laugh about it. Learn from it, but laugh about it. Where is the fucking. Whatever. I'll just put it here. What about this, though? Like, what are my options, anyways? Because I got all of the dice anyway, so what would it be? Wait, no, don't take it. See what it's got. I mean, I guess Godless is a good one, though. Yeah, I'll take the Norn kit. I have all of them, but I will just this one. I'll break this one. There we go. And then just boom. Oh, what? Oh, come on. Okay, fine. Oh, I have to type it? Fuck off. And I missed the opportunity to get the blue one. Fine. That's okay. You know what my favorite new chair is? I'll show you. Whee! Oh my god. No, no, I'm leaving it. The blue ball throne? Yeah, I deserve that. I'm the blue ball queen. Right there. How do you think I got these blue balls for my tiara? I'm so fucking dumb sometimes. Ah, blue balls. Blue balls. Ah, what a fucking idiot. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, never stand up for that shit. Just fucking stomp it. Don't let it happen. Disgusting. What was I doing here? Gathering. The fuck is this mutant doing here? I don't care. Skip. Bye. Because maybe I can double dip on this shit. Yep, I can. Okay, cool. I should have done with my other character as well. What? What? Just one? Blue wings. What? Rimbloma. Is that a disease or something? Rimbloma? That's okay. Whatever. What a weird name. Not bad. Very weird. At least it beats, names like X Penetrator 3000 XXX or something like. Sometimes you see some weird shit in Guild Wars. Some people name their characters really fucking strangely. I mean, in all MMOs, I guess. Oh, didn't realize I left that there. Yeah. Anyway, that's like, yeah, that's story time done. I hope I didn't traumatize you. X Blue Nader X. Jarl Bluebolf. White Run. Okay. Send that asshole back to the Smurf village with the rest of the blue people. Send them packing back to Papa Smurf. Should have told them, like, watch for Gargamel on the way home, buddy. Don't want to get kidnapped. Jesus Christ. I really wonder what people think, or what people will think after taking this, whether they're here right now watching or if they take it later on YouTube. Because they will be expecting my usual Monday shit, but let me tell you, just like the song title, this is a very blue Monday. Boom. Ah, it's Blue Monday. That's how I'm gonna name the title on YouTube of this thing. That's exactly how I'm gonna name it. Blue Monday. God fucking damn it. Ah, why are people so fucking stupid and unhinged? It's whatever. I deal with them so you don't have to. Hopefully. Hopefully. Okay. Let's see what else I have to do here. I should probably see if the events I need are up. Oh, hi. Soon it will be time to sell these. And then I'll be rich. Yeah, I don't need to spend on that. Fuck that. Wait, I do need to spend for other reasons. Like, for example, this. Wait, do I want the coins or do I want the clovers? That's a good question, isn't it? Maybe I want the coins, right? Wait, or the clovers. Huh. Maybe the. God fucking damn it. I guess. Maybe the coins this time. I do have 100 of these. I'm not gonna like make so many fucking. Yeah, maybe keep the coins, right? It's a fucking weird decision. I do want to make a legendary and sell it potentially. So okay, fine. Fine. Okay, 20 coins, but it's guaranteed though. Whereas if you go into the Mystic Forge, then it's not guaranteed, and mm, that's rough. And 20 of these, huh? Hmm. Uh, okay, this ones. I'll stop with them. 110 is fine. Um, okay. Nope, not spending karma. Don't forget, we're trying to make Stella. Fucking stupid shit. Give me that though. Uh, whatever, and whatever, and whatever, and more whatever. Well, I mean, sure. And then a bit more whatever, maybe. Ah, yes, I'll take that. But I won't take that, and I'll take nothing of this, and then also nothing of this. Okay. Now where is there? That's what we want. That. Okay. Wait, one? Why? Oh, because the wait, why? Oh, okay. Okay, I see. What if I traded what if I exchange some of it? Right? Where is the essence exchange? Oh, there we go. Okay. So maybe mm, I have a lot of wait, so this is to buy this with that. Okay, but not the opposite. What if I want the opposite? I can't have the opposite? Am I fucking blind or something? I think I'm blind because like there should be a way, right? There definitely should be a way that you can exchange that, but I don't see it anywhere. Fuck. Only with these, which that doesn't matter. What about defense seals? No. So there just isn't a way to do it? Okay. Fine, I guess fair enough. I'll just do convergence or something. What else do we have here? Not much. Maybe some infusions. Infusion. Then also there we go. Okay, cool. Open that. I wanted to do something. Oh right, yeah. Wait, I got it. This shit. Okay. Open all of that. Break it. That too. Break that too. Mm, awesome. And there we go. Would help if I broke that as well. You know, soon I'm gonna have to buy Ascended Salvage kits, and I hate that. You go there, and then you go. Where is it? Where is my bullshit infusions? Oh, there we go. Only 27, but I mean, I've been buying stuff. That's why. Um, okay. Mm, I'm trying to think where I want to go. I don't want to buy more keys because that costs karma, and I'm trying to save up. So, Harbor Stone. Definitely that shit. Buy it, yes, and yes, take it, all of it. Absorb it, not the karma one though. Fuck the karma one. And from here we can just very easily do that. I'm not even sure why I do this anymore, but like, whatever. Convert it all. Doesn't matter. Remember the white cam pigeon that I was talking about? There it is. God damn it. Okay, so guild hall, yeah. You know what's disgusting? I have to do the strikes thingy because of karma. That is, yeah, that's disgusting. I know. Anyway, how was your week? What's new with you, Emmy? I talked enough about myself. I want to hear about another person. Since you are here, you can definitely tell me your news and what you've been up to. I mean, if you're still here, I don't know. You don't know if you have news? Damn. When is your trip? Remind me. Is it September? Is this coming September or like yeah. That's cool. Okay then. Where else do I need to go? Probably just the usual route for materials. Have you been playing many games? 3 months, huh? The wait is excruciating, isn't it? Let me see. Oh, okay. And this is nothing. 10 champions? Okay, that's it. Okay, there was a way to exploit it and like not exploit it, but there was a way for champions. All right, hit me with some of the games you've played. No, don't fucking attack me. I'm not yet ready to kill you. No, shit. Run. Run. No. Come on, I'm a healer. Ah, Jesus Christ. Let me go. I just want to change my shit. Let me fucking go, you asshole. Oh my god, it charged. Bro, can you please let me go? Jump all the way back down here again. Good job. For fuck's sake. Hey, you bitch. Oh, now she killed them. Oh my god, I hate you. I hate you more than you know. Leave my pocket raptor alone. You don't understand. Did I manage it? Yes, okay, cool. Fuck those pocket raptors. Oh no, it hit me. Oh, damn, you've been expanding. Well, with how you've treated my auto mod, I'm not surprised if some of your shit doesn't go through anymore. You know? Maybe you should have thought of that before before you committed those crimes against my auto mod. That said, though, it's time to go over to this area here. See what we get. So June is now Pride Month, or like, or has it always been, and I just I'm out of touch with reality or something? What's up? It has always been okay. So it's a whole month now. I thought it was. I thought it was like just the event, right? But now it is. It is the whole month then. I guess why not? Oh yeah? Yeah, I know that it was like around here that oh, okay, okay, I see. Now it makes more sense. Yeah, I don't know my history. I don't know my LGBT history plus. Um I don't know any history anyways. And I'm very lucky for that because it's very depressing. Nothing here either. Come on, dude. Where are all the crates? I had a guild member one day chastise me for not knowing stuff about like LGBT stuff. The thing with that is that it's like it's whatever is trending. If it's trending that you hate LGBT people, then they follow that. If it's trending that you're supporting them, they follow that too. You've been called a transphobe. How? I mean, I have too. I've been called a lot of things. I've been called fat phobic and a body shamer because I just don't like overly chubby people, for example. I guess in that way, I'm also vanillized because I don't necessarily like vanilla ice cream. Yeah, people are very weird. That is true. What can I say? I mean, I've been called a literal fascist as well, so there is that. Can you top that? Can you top being called overly fascistic by a fascist? I'm not making it up. Can you beat that? Because otherwise, I got you beat. Which is a funny story, by the way. I can share that story. It was a funny story. I mean, today's internet is used against everyone. Yeah, 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 yeah. But that was like that was way back though. That was way back then. So I like legit fascists are saying people they don't like are fascists. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. But that was like way back before all this. So it was a little bit crazy because I started describing to a group of people. Um, so I've told you before that like I have maintained very strange companies over time, right? Literally strange companies. Some of them redeemable, some of them not. But I've been around people, and so back in the day when I was hosting RPG sessions to work on my rule set and to play as well, obviously. That's fuck, fuck you fucking camp pigeon. Okay. I'll do it manually. That's fine. There was at one point a couple, and the boyfriend was a common acquaintance of other people that were already in the RP. These people told me that that guy is, his views are a little bit bigoted. To which I said, because I didn't know better back then, I don't care as long as they're chill with me and they do what they're supposed to do. I don't give a shit. They can believe whatever the fuck they want. Which I don't totally agree with necessarily lately. You know, I have hard limits lately. But back then that was the case. And so we ended up that they ended up in the group, and honestly, it was pretty amazing. Like the whole experience with that group was pretty fucking amazing, and it lasted for like 8 years. And blah blah, it was great. But that guy was whoever he was, and at one point, I don't know why, but he decided that it's a good idea. Also, so you get two stories in one right now. At one point, he decided it's a good idea to take me, right? Me. I was out by then, by the way. I was out by then, as a trans person. They decided it's a good idea to take me along with their best buddy, who was also a fascist, in a fascist hangout. I'm not even making it up, okay? If anyone is Greek and they know what I'm talking about, then they know what I'm talking about. They probably know exactly the place I'm talking about. It was in Exarchia, a place here. It was like, yeah. I mean, a little bit towards Kolonaki, another area. I'm just saying it. I'm just name dropping some areas. Maybe somebody knows exactly the place I'm talking about. It was on a. It was on a. What do you call these things? Where it's a road, it's a street, but like pedestrians are allowed, and it's like differently paved. Anyway, doesn't matter. Famous fascist hangout, which up until that day I was avoiding, and after that day I was also avoiding, obviously. But I was there with these two guys. That guy's reputation was enough so that every other guy in the fucking place couldn't do shit. So there I was, right? There I was, chilling there with that guy and his best buddy. Everyone was looking at me, not in a good way. And they were literally hating the fact that I was under that guy's quote unquote protection. And so they couldn't even say anything. I enjoyed that. I was like, I was also looking at them. Not in a bad way, but I was also looking back. I was like, yeah, I'm here and you're going to have to deal with it, baby. But anyway, that was kind of funny. Anyway, so at another point, and that's the story I wanted to share. We were all of the RPG group, right? We were sitting there at one of our house, at the house of one of us, I should say. That's a better way. And I was pissed off because like they were talking about some things, specifically that person was talking about some things that I don't agree with. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of fucked. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use their own logic, present a scenario, and see how they react to it. And so what I say is like, you know what I would like when it comes to completely utopic ideas? If one person shows up and that person is immediately loved by everyone to the point where everyone wants to support what they're doing, and they start taking over the world because they're good for the world, they're beneficial for the world. Some people see it, some people don't, and those who don't fight against this person. But that person is good and everyone accepts that person on average. And that person doesn't want any religion. That person doesn't want anything like that. They're like literally they're a benefactor to humanity. The few people who in this hypothetical example are against such a person are those who want to retain dated ideals such as religion, traditions, and borders. Whereas this guy, I was describing the literal emperor of mankind, by the way, uh, just wants to bring progress, understanding, and unity. But if the cost is human life sometimes, of descendants, dissidents, or whatever you call them, then he also doesn't shy away from stomping that down. But still gives you an opportunity to join or perish. And as I said that, the fascist guy, asks, wait a minute, that's cool, but like in this example, that guy, the unnamed Messiah in your example, is he going to, for example, also vanquish ideals such as nationalism, such as, such things? And I'm like, yeah, everything. And immediately he turns around and says to me, that person says to me, right? That's fascist as fuck. But with a negative connotation, mind you, not a good connotation, despite them being a clear fascist. And I was like, I was inside, I was laughing so much. And I was like, I don't know. I would support that guy. I said, I'm pro humanity, my guy. I would support that person. And then he was asking, like, okay, let me understand. Like, so that means that, like, if, for example, so and so ethnicity accepted him, but then also white people accepted him, does that mean that that ethnicity and white people would have to coexist in the same space and have the same rights? And I said, yeah, of course. And he was like, no, I can't accept that. But then we let it die. We were like, okay, well, that's fine. Because, of course, I was just making an example using his logic. But I just found it very, very funny that, like, when presented from me, a trans person, with this kind of wording, he found it reprehensible and disgusting. But when, for example, he reads whatever he reads, kind of sources, let's not name them, he probably finds those pretty logical, even though they are the same thing. What the fuck, my dude? Oh, God. Anyway, I don't talk with that guy anymore for a very long time, so I don't give a shit. But, like, that was an interesting thought experiment. I'll tell you that much. He was a bad boy. He was a very bad boy. He was a very bad boy. And let's be honest, uh, he was riding on his family's back, honestly. Like, he himself wasn't that active, quote unquote, if you know what I mean. But he was riding on his whole family's, like, story with that movement anyway. That's what he was, like, literally piggybacking off it and, like, playing it off as if he did ever anything. Don't get me wrong, he still was holding certain ideas that I don't want to talk about, but yeah. I mean, most people are like that, are like that. Yeah, no, they aren't. Yeah, they aren't the brightest. There is one I've met who was pretty fucking intelligent. You know what he did? He left it. He was pretty intelligent. Still is. So after meeting me, I think I've mentioned that story before. After talking to me a little bit and through my besties also influence and all that shit, he kinda like dropped that shit. Not kinda, he dropped that shit. So there's that. You know, that's the only intelligent one I've met. That's the choice of the only intelligent one I've met. If that tells you anything. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Guess that's how it is. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I hate using that word, but I will say it as well. Our side, let's say, which it's not really a side. You know what I mean? Like, there are some people who are advocating for trans rights and whatnot, and LGBT, and their allies and all that, and they're pretty fucking dumb as well. And they say some really dumb shit over time. You know, they may be by definition supporting something that is more ideal, obviously. But I've heard some really dumb shit, and I've also seen people in those circles also be very bigoted against other people in these circles. I've seen that too. You know, it's like it happens. It can happen. It's not the norm though. Oh. Have had inner bigotism? Yeah, they have had that. Yes, that's what I was getting at. That's exactly what I was getting at. Yeah. And we also have our own. We have our own like Barbie story arc right now, or we have had it for like maybe 5 years, where it's starting to get to the point where to be considered like a trans woman by some, not all, but by some, you have to look like a fucking pinup doll at this point, like a fucking sex symbol. Otherwise, you're not valid. So there is also that, for example. There's also the gays for Trump. Yeah, like yeah, there's like there's all kinds of stupid in the world. There's all kinds of stupid in the world. Pick and choose. Pick and choose. Pick and choose with what you're gonna be fucking disappointed this day. What's your favorite flavor of disappointment for the week? But no, that makes it sound bleak. But in reality, no, it's like, eh, that's just there too. You know, that's all it is. Mm, I guess now I'm collecting these things as well. I might as well just put them there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Extremes of any side will be more visible on the internet. That is true. Yeah. Mm. And now I will log my other character and I will do my weeklies. Or will I stay with this character? I'll get on my other character. That's fine. I'll play a bit of thief. Okay. What are we doing? First of all, that in case something has slipped through the cracks. Um, let's see. What do you want me to do actually? Three vents and the fractal. Should I get the fractal out of the way? And three fractals? But at this point, I might as well do my dailies. What the hell? The Mega Destroyer. And that's gonna be probably already up, and I will miss it, and that's going to be depressing. Let's find out. Oh no, actually, it is like in 30 minutes. Okay. Okay, 30 minutes. In Castora. You want me to complete Rift Hands in Castora in particular? Okay, I guess I can do that. A meta in Castora? Psh, psh. Okay, where is the meta in Castora? Let me find out. Uh, give me something. Uh, Secrets of the Well. Okay. Secrets of the Well, that will do. And that is at the same time with Mage's Destroyer, but I will get it. I will 100% catch it, depending how fast Mage or Mega Destroyer. I can never fucking decide what it's called. And that one is wait, where the fuck is that? Oh, it's that. Oh no, this. Oh, fucking god. This one is this. Why, you assholes? Anyway, let me grab some provisioner tokens. I forgot. Hi, Adam. How you doing? Now, where the fuck is Mount Maelstrom? Edinburgh, huh? Hmm. I'm alright. I think. I think I'm okay. I think I'm alright. You missed big story time, and that's a shame because I'd be interested to hear your reactions. But yeah, you missed story time. Big story time as well. And that is where I will spend the next, I don't know, fucking 30 minutes, I guess. Just looking at the lava here. I can do a lot more things, but I don't know. I want to take it easy today. I want to take it very easy. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, it's very profitable. So, you know, especially if you're doing the Wizard's Vault or the weekly. This one is the Mega Destroyer in Mount Maelstrom. I mean, it's a destroyer and it's super big, so it makes sense, right? Mega Destroyer. Yeah, we're gonna wait here together. Sorry if I'm a bit silent. It's because I have been talking for the past, like, let me see. I have been incessantly yapping for 4 hours, more or less, and I'm tired because of that. How is that normal? What do you mean that's normal? For whom and why? And what do you mean? In what sense? You can't just drop that and be like, yeah. You can just drop sly remarks. I talk a lot. Hey, if I don't talk, who will? Isn't that exactly what got me the voices? Wait, what voices? Ah, okay. I've always been the one to talk, haven't I? How else did I make all these beautiful acquaintances in Goldshire, huh? Do you think they would have talked to me? Not one of them. June and JJ. Yeah, exactly. I can continue. What was her fucking name? Lily or whatever. Uh, the Forsaken Adventures. Oh, there were no Forsaken involved. Trust me. Strictly Alliance. Get it? Because Forsaken are like a faction. God damn it. Yeah, they are. I'm pretty sure. My God, reading this spelling hurts my brain. Video? My fucking God, that hurt my fucking brain reading it. A video? Uh Wait, what was the song like? Blah blah blah. I saw it on a video or something like. It's a very old song. Come on, you know the one I'm talking about, right? Fuck's sake! Now it's stuck in my head and I can't. You know when it's stuck in your head, but you can't exactly remember the lyrics or the melody, but you know for a fact that you know it, and it's like you're trying to form the melody and the and connect words and kind of like remember the title, but you can't. It is fucking frustrating. That's what's happening right now. What the fuck? Bro, are you okay? Do you need help? Damn. He's John Guild Wars. He's literally John Guild Wars. What the hell? Man, he looks extremely concerned. He looks extremely concerned that I'm right here. It's like, no, don't look at her. Just don't look at her. She's behind you. Yeah, no, he's John Guild Wars. Legit. Hello, YouTube. Hey, Twitch says hello, you bitch. He's ready for the Super Destroyer. Yeah, he's totally ready. He's gonna Super Destroy that. Oh, God. Whiskey? Oh, wait. Miriel is somewhere around. I saw that. Oh, there you are. Hi. Wait. Okay, wave then. Damn, what's this fashion? 1 second. That's that's good, actually. Damn. What? Two hats? Okay. Can I upload? Can I upload then? What the fuck? Can I cheer? Okay. Damn, what the fuck? Whoa. Hey, Neris. Ask Legion Shadow? What the? Who? What? Get out of here. Nobody cares. We don't need to be in a party for this shit. Oh, it's you? Wait, was that you? Yeah, invite me again in that way, in that case. I thought it was like some kind of random asshole. Like this guy maybe was was a chat and was like, oh, damn. Ash Legion Shadow. God damn. There you are. I see you. Edgy thief. Well, with this kind of lighting, nobody's edgy. With this kind of lighting, we are all just very bright. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm just teasing anyways. I mean, it is an edgy looking thief, so you got your knives here and all the other shit. And that backpack, yeah. Neris, if you want, you can catch one of the weeklies and then the other one. If you hurry up. You only have 20 minutes. I updated Skyrim today. 26 mods and more. And most of them were very core mods, like community shaders updated, some other shit updated. It was hell. That's why I was late to my own stream a little bit. The upscale mode, the community shader upscale mode also updated, so I'm going to try that tomorrow. Then it will crash, or specifically infinitely load, and then I'll remove it, and then I'll play. Kiria Melandria? Seriously? What the fuck? The Greekest name that ever Greeked. Literally translates Miss Melandria. Perfect. Basic ass glam. Huh? Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I've basic as glam, but I try to make it look like a basic. Okay. Yeah, no, but like it works. What is this thing on your tail? Why? Okay, I'm not gonna comment on that. It's the pants, yeah. Well, yes, the combination, actually. At least it should. I don't know. It's just the boots, yeah. W- Don't they also include the pants, though? Like the boots? Yeah, exactly. Hey, I think you got a fan back there. Damn. But that guy's wearing an outfit. Doesn't count. Let me check my Discord 1 second. God, it looks like I'm going rift hunting afterwards. Ugh. I am big flower mamacita. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just no. This guy has been spamming like leaky leaky and stuff like that. Why are why are Guild Wars players weird? Mm. Um, they're surface level weird, whereas Final Fantasy players are, yeah, that goes deep, but the surface seems calm. Let's say. And also, yeah, I mean, okay, I mean, World of Warcraft also has weird players, I'd say. They hide it really well, but I've seen them. I have interacted with them in many ways. All our peers? No, no, no. It's all players. Honestly, it's not just their peers. Look, if we narrow it down to ER peers, then I will say Final Fantasy takes the cake. Your Char is the king of the jungle. Down. Which jungle? I see. Down. Again, sorry for being silent. It's just that like my energy kind of went low because of like 4 hours of fucking yapping. Or rather focused yapping. That's the difference. Discussing things. Man, I came way too early. Okay, let me rephrase that. I hopped on the map way too early. Came too fast. Good dodge with the phrasing. I mean, I knew you were watching. God damn it, Mega Destroyer. Show up. I want to go. I want to go and do the other monster. Also, hey, it looks like the Discord doesn't show that I'm streaming. That is strange. Shouldn't it be showing that I'm streaming if I haven't touched anything and it used to? Why do they just change things like arbitrarily? It shows that I'm just playing Guild Wars 2. But I do have the thing. It even says like streamer mode is enabled. So what the hell? Okay. Here, I'll take this rock. Amy, you always looked like a screed. Just an oversized one. That's for that's what char are. Charar. Charar. It's a rara wawawa. God damn it, my brain is just shutting down right now. It's the waiting. Honestly, it's the waiting. It's fucking me up. Here, have some weird shit. What is this map chat? I can't. I just. Where is the fucking Mega Destroyer? I want to fucking go. I've had enough of this. At least in the other event, nobody fucking talks. They're all, well, sometimes they complain, I guess. What? Ugh. Ugh. And the shitty part is I'm gonna have to actually make a squad because nobody will be at the map that I will end. And all the squads will be full and then blah blah. Sorry. Ah. Sneeze. No, not the gastrophic. Shut up. Enough players in the scene. Damn. What the fuck is this chat? Let me go. Let me go. Man, they say that shit, but like, not that I have a bad CPU, mind you, I have an awesome CPU, but they say that. But in reality, I mean, the moment I put on the 5080, that made an extreme difference as well. Please, Mega Destroyer, show up. I want to go. Bro, we're waiting here for like more than half an hour just looking at the screen. I'm never trusting Gibro's timers again. What he is saying doesn't make any sense. These cannot be real stats. What he's saying 50, 60. Wait, let me show you something. I have 30 right now, but I have 4K. Like I'm definitely overdoing it. It's 4K and like literally everything is turned on. Like literally everything. And I have 34 looking straight into the mass of people. And I have a 5080. So how is he getting 5060 only with reflections and shadows off and character model limit and quality on medium? There's no way. That doesn't make sense what he's saying. If I turn off shadows and like limit quality, I'm gonna get like far more than 60 for sure. Even here. So that's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean 4K is a beast. Like 4K takes a lot. But the thing is that if it's not like this, anything that isn't like this will be like over 100. Easy, stable. So it really is the amount of people you're rendering, basically. But yeah, it is definitely badly optimized for what it is. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that person is probably talking out of their ass, just trying to shit talk the engine or whatever. I don't care. I don't have any agenda either way. But I'm just saying that his information cannot be correct. By the time this fucking thing appears, the other event will be over and Guild Wars 3 will be out. Also, there is no commander on the map, which makes me think maybe nobody's doing the pre-events. Never hot. Nice. Please, I want to catch the other event. Ah, bro. Fucking finally, is it happening? Yeah, it's happening. Fucking finally. Can you please, Sir Mega Destroyer, please show up? Damn. They're blasting nothingness. Is that stable ground here? Yes, it is. Okay. Even though I'm literally okay. I'm not gonna comment on that. Light amplification, something something. I don't remember. Not with radio, you moron. It's with radar, I think. Through stimulation of emitted radiation. Yeah, fuck. Good one. Thank you. I was gonna go crazy. I was gonna look it up legitimately. Light amplification through stimulation of emitted radiation. Yes. Oh god damn it. Thank you for that. Nerd. Hot. Okay, where is the event, please? Bro, I need to go. I want to go elsewhere. I don't want to be here anymore. Mondays are rough. Mondays are very rough. Bro. Fucking finally. Uh, fucking finally. Why are we dying like pigs? No, where is he going? I'm not moving. This event sucks, honestly. This event fucking sucks. That's what I'm gonna say. And then he goes again. Also, he's not that big. Like, why is that called the Mega Destroyer? He's not that big, honestly. How is the person standing in there without dying? Oh, it's illusions. Okay, that makes sense. There he goes again. He's gotta do his little dance, and you have to respect it. No, stop it. Okay, fucking stop it. Great. Immediately Castora, immediately Starlit, and let's try for the best. Or hope for the best. Is there any fucking person? No. Oh, yes, there is. Okay, clutch. That means the map is not dead. Finally. What's Commander look like? Okay. I mean, not bad, but there is something very strange about this character. I cannot quite place it. There's something really strange about the character. Is it the eyes are a bit googly? Is it maybe the boots? I don't know. There's something weird about them. Maybe the colors. I don't know. I'll be right back, real quick. Okay. So explain this to me. The word folks, right? And anybody who uses that word in MMOs in particular, it I don't know, it's so cringe. It is so fucking cringe for no reason to me. Good job, folks. Like it is such a fucking, because you know that the person isn't American either. Like you know that 100%. And it's just something about that that makes it completely cringe to me. Also, we are not folk. We are not the same ilk, my friend. What do you mean, folks? Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, I don't know. To me, the word folks and how it is used, especially here, and especially by non-Americans, it's just so fucking cringe. I don't know why. It's just one of my worst words ever. Fun fact. Like, I just cringe whenever somebody says that. Especially in this context. Like, good job, folks. Okay, partner. Like, what the fuck? What are you, some kind of like cowboy wannabe or something? What, you saw it in an old MMO in a US server and now it's stuck and you're like, oh yeah, folks. Like, yeah, it's literally that. It's so bad. I don't know. Anyway, let me just go here. And also this. Wait, why did that cancel? Oh, of course, because I was aiming at the base of the fucking machinery. A rootin' tootin' cowboy. Yeah, but hi ho is kind of like that's also cringy, but like not as bad as like, hey folks, good job, folks. It makes me instantly think of a band of people in the same town, in the same small village, in a western, but all of them are playing the same MMO at night. And so you know the good job, folks. See you at the tavern tonight. See you at the saloon. Like I don't know. It is just mega cringe. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me. Admittedly, maybe it's just me, but I don't know. I find it such a bad word. Not even a bad word. It's like so fucking pedestrian thing to say. But if somebody from the US was to say that, and they were like, you know, very American, okay, in a good way, I would be like, yeah, that's cool. That's fine, right? But seeing like Europeans go like, good job, folks, it's like, okay. I don't know why. It's just my brain works that way. I don't fucking know. Damn, folks. Where means you you cannot say that. You cannot say that, Emmy. Oh, god damn you. No. In the context, you can say it. Pretty sure. Don't worry about it. In the context of what we're discussing and why, that's fine. It's okay. But yeah, it's literally that. Like that's exactly what comes to mind. It's like it's such a specific way to say something that doesn't really match anything about the person saying it ever, unless they are literally that kind of person, like legitimately, like from start to finish. I can't explain it otherwise. This feels weird. It's almost like when in Assassin's Creed they were locked in Red Dead Redemption for a year. God. It's the same, or was the same with Assassin's Creed. I really couldn't. I didn't comment on it too much back then when I was playing it, when I was streaming it. But I was really annoyed in the same way whenever they would say Malakas with that accent. and Mystios and Drachme. It was really fucking. It was kind of cringe. I don't know. Because they weren't serious about it. They were like tough talk cowpoke. Oh my god. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. It's just everything has melted in my brain. I just want this shit to finish forever. Very bad combination of events like this and the Mega Destroyer. Ah, I'll jump over. I don't care. I'm that acrobatic. If you want to know. Here, I will also shield you from shit. I can do that if I want to. What? That thing never fired off. It just didn't want to, I guess. Megan destroy. Oh my god. It's so specific. Poor Megan, god damn it. Oh my god. Not Megan, not like that. Megan Destroyer. Negan Destroyer, like Walking Dead. That's it. Man, that was the only good contribution of Walking Dead. That in the first season, and everything else was shit. You really like that. I can tell that you are now committed to this act. How much is this, by the way? 50%, huh? Okay. Yeah, they're not, but they're fine. Oh my god, no. No. Meow. I cannot make the voice. It's perfect. Meow. Revolver Ocelot. Oh my god, the stupidest thing ever in gaming. Legitimately. Meow. It was crazy. That was crazy. Like he was insane. Fuck's sake. It's literally the worst, the most fucking cringe inducing thing that ever is in a game. Like legitimately it's fucking crazy. Very inspired, very unexpected. Admit it, you're also doing it. You're also fucking doing it in the privacy of your room right now. You're meowing like Ocelot. I cannot be alone. Like the moment you're in a call, so you're not. Oh, you should do it on your call. Like what the fuck? I did it on stream. You should do it on the call. What the hell? Just laughing like an idiot now. Perfect. Oh god. And I think in the remake he doesn't meow. I think he never meowed after that, right? I think that was it. I'm pretty sure like it was that one instance, that game only. I think. Yeah. Yeah, I mean for a reason, right? God damn it. Ocelot, why? Meow the partner. I'm so stupid. Like just it will pass. Just don't talk to me for a bit. It will pass. Oh god. Why is Kanak specifically raising this one guy? Meow the partner. Oh my god. Uh, give me all the boofs and buffs and beefs. Like I want all of them. The cake too. Fuck it. Can't wait for this torture to be over so I can go on with my regular fucking schedule in this game. Nice. Good. It's interesting that they didn't. Not that I wanted them to, but like it's interesting that they didn't nerf this guy's hit points when they nerfed, for example, uh, uh Kanaksai, I think, is a demon in Silent Surf. Whatever, that guy's hit points. But this one, he escaped the banhammer. He's allowed to thrive and to be tanky, I guess. Uh, no, stop sucking me in like some kind of thirsty hole. Please stop sucking me in, though. Wouldn't want to get blue balls, would you? I'm so dumb. I have completely given up any kind of notion of a rotation. I just, yeah, of course, and I'll also be a bunny now. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing, collecting blue balls. Wait, why am I not a bunny? Oh, wow. Next time, fucking delay that for 50 years. It's okay. I don't mind running around like an idiot waiting to transform into a bunny. Fuck rendering as well. I don't need to render. I don't need to see my character. I know I'm beautiful already. No. Okay, fine. I'll do that. What the? Okay, yeah. Narnia, I guess. Look at my 17k healer DPS. Where are you running at? Oh my god, I hate you, whoever did that. Fuck's sake. Wait, why? Okay. I guess I had it turned off without realizing. Where has it gone? Oh, there it is. No, don't consume my fucking overshield. Okay, fine. You can consume a bit of it. Am I gonna die? Probably, right? Okay. Huh? No, you should stop this. Okay. For fuck's sake. I was expecting it to stop so much sooner. But no, it was like spin. Spin to win. Spin those blue balls, baby. Spin them so hard that due to centrifugic forces, they become lines and then they kill you. Centrifugal? Yeah. Anyway, horrible joke, horrible word. I don't care. You want to know an interesting fact? First of all, I'm a giant ball. Second of all, and it was blue. But second of all, in Greek, that's a Greek word, by the way. Centrifuge is a Greek word. Um, the funny thing about that is that for no fucking reason, it is reversed in other languages. So in Greek, it is figokedros. So the center part of the word is like at the end. And the fuge part, which means escaping, fugue, fugue, like whatever, that thing I can't pronounce it, is at the start, right? But in English, it's like centrifuge, it's reversed for, I don't know why, but it's an interesting fact. And yeah, whatever. You didn't need to know that, but now you do know it. Why did they switch it around? Nobody knows. If anything, you should be following like the Greek uh, like structure of the word because it's the Greek word. But yeah, that's it. I ain't got nothing else for you. Great. I have progress in like 50,000 things, but not a lot. Very nice. And another fun fact, in my mind, the word centrifuge is super connected to Dead Space. Like whenever somebody says centrifuge or anything, I immediately think of that stupid fucking spinning thing in Dead Space, which is like the gravity generator or whatever, the artificial gravity generator, which slams into you and then flattens you completely, and you just get gored if you don't time your running. And it always stresses me, even though I can do it perfectly. It's just I don't know. It's fast spinning heavy machinery, and it just make loud sounds and spins, and it's just like nah. I always hated it in a good way. Oh look, I will become something that I'm not. Debatable considering Final Fantasy, of course, and the fact that I'm a bunny there for some reason. God damn it. No, stop it. I don't want to be sucked in. Could you like not? It's it's over. We got this in the bag. Even though I missed with that ability completely. Just die 1% thing. Thank you. Okay. Oof. Oh, don't forget, all the bags are downstairs. Ugh. I'll wait. And then I can do three rifts in Castora, and then I'm done. Interesting. What's in the box? What do you have for me? This. Give. Okay. Oh, hey, recover toolbox. Nice. Or would have been if I didn't have them all. All right. What else? This. Okay, cool. All the silly boxes. I want them. Okay, rifts, right? Yeah, okay. So for that, I am going to just go on and do it. I mean, I could stay here and also take all the chests. No, I'm too bored to take the chest, though. I shouldn't be, but I am. Also, I only got an hour left to stream. But if I change map, you know what? No, I'm doing it. No, I'm not doing it. You know why? Because even though I have 25 of those, how will I fucking... Okay, fine, I'll do it. Don't worry about me yapping like that. I know it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense to me. So don't worry about it. So, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Yes. Reveal to me the path to riches. Where am I? Oh, okay. Okay, so very nice. And now I can harvest all of that shit because I have a lot of charges. What the fuck is that? Oh, I changed my skimmer on this character. Wait, why is it? What? Fine. It's okay for now. I guess it kept. Why though? Wait a minute. It shouldn't have done that. It should be like. It should be that I am wearing. Where is it? Is it this one? Yes. So it should be like this. But for some reason it wasn't. Why did I do that? We will never know. Oh shit! Nice. Give. Actually, give everything because I have the extra charges or whatever. Give that too. Where is the second route? Oh, okay. Oh shit! I don't have enough stamina. No. Okay, fine. Where is the rest? Oh. Nice. Oh shit. Okay. Almost perfect landing, but give. Okay. How am I supposed to aim? Please move, sir. Look, blue balls again. Not even my fault anymore. Hey, with 12 charges, I'm not fucking around with that box. Time for the other. Come the fuck on. Okay. Hello? Okay. It's blue all the way down. Yeah, it is. Even though this ball is red. Oh shit. I jinxed my red balls. My singular red ball. Now, I don't want to fuck with that either. So back we go for the final route. So even though I had 25 charges, it's fucking useless because I can't use that on the chests because for the chest to appear, I have to waste the mirror, which overcharges me, which takes all the charges to waste, which then, yeah, whatever. Such a, I don't want to whine anymore. I'm done whining. It's about time that I started dining on you. Fuck. Also, I'm not done whining. Maybe it will help in this case because this route does have quite a few, you know, things to get. So, for example, and this is something I never understood. So it is like for 23 go here, for 20 go there. What? And then if you go around, it ends up being the same thing. I'll never understand it. I don't know what it is about, and I don't care anymore. What what stopped me there midair? Did, like What happened there? Did you see that? Anyway, whatever. Ah, fuck. Okay, fine. No. Disgusting. Really? Okay. No. Fuck that. What do you mean I need... Oh my god. Okay, fine. You know what I'll do? I'll take the charges from this and I'll go back to that. No, do it quickly before you get... No, do it fucking... Fuck! Assholes! Can I now do it, please? Okay. Jesus Christ. No, 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 do not. Please reach, please reach, please reach, please reach, please reach, please reach. Okay, nice. No! Okay. What an emotional roller coaster. Oh my god, okay. What the fuck? I just want to get on this fucking thing. Okay. Jesus Christ. Why is it so difficult? Wait, we did that. So we go there. No, don't touch. Don't touch the fucking... Okay. Did they... Really? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm done. Even though I started with 25, I guess fuck me. It's beautiful. The test route is beautiful. It's beautiful, honestly. It's also extremely profitable, so not doing it is usually the bad choice, unless it's a matter of like preserving your sanity. And even then, maybe you can sacrifice a little bit of it. Not a lot, but a bit. You know, if you're... And especially this, like this map's route. I don't know. I don't like it at all. I like the map. I don't like the route here. Normally, you can go and grab the chest, which you're supposed to, but it doesn't matter. Better just keep the charges for the other routes. And it's strange because that chest appears only after the mirror, so I'm curious why the guide just tells you to go to that place first where it spawns before it even spawns. Like, I don't know. I shouldn't have done that. That was overcompensating. And now this route is gonna be harder. Shit. So how do we do this route faster? I'll tell you how. Hopium. That's how. Wait, where is that? Where is this? Where is this thing? Okay. Wow, I fucking suck, dude. Okay. Okay. That okay, that was disgusting. That was also disgusting. Really. They dropped a teaser for something. Hey, link it right now. Link it the fuck now. Link it the fuck now. 100%. We're watching it together right now. After I'm done with mirrors. I don't know what you're talking about, but we're watching that like a billion% right now. That's gonna drive everyone insane, honestly. They can just throw teasers like that. Oh my god, that was almost perfect, by the way. Okay, yeah. I'll look at it for sure after I'm done here. It's a 14-second clip of something. Okay. Time to play fucking expansion detective, I guess. Have you watched it, or is it like we're watching together? Well, say nothing, please. Don't spoil my 14 seconds of hopium. In 14 days, we'll know if it's a new expansion or Guild Wars 3. If it's Guild Wars 3, I'm just gonna stop playing. Legitimately, it says I'm done. Like, thank you, Aaron. Like, you will finally fucking liberate me. Not because I don't want to play Guild Wars 2 or I hate it, but because, I don't like doing useless things. So if 3 is coming, then this is useless. Like, absolutely useless. In every single way. It is Summer Game Fest around the same time, so I'm bringing the Just expansion. You're leaning something bigger than just expansion. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna drop the game. If it's Guild Wars 3, I'm dropping the game and also not touching Guild Wars 3 probably ever. And also then I can just not have an MMO until Evercold, which in itself also will be liberation in a way. The wind steers and the world shifts. Stand ready. Okay, yeah, sure. Let me stand ready. Pause. Bring it to main screen. Ripping pepperoni. Why? They confirmed it's Guild Wars 3. You link me to the Guild Wars 2 page. Yeah, so. Okay. That means it is literally Guild Wars 3, doesn't it? That pretty much confirms it because why would they have it on both Guild Wars? Right? Genius? Pretty much makes it 90%. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, we can stop playing then. We can literally stop playing. It doesn't matter anymore. But let's watch it. I'm ready. Let's watch it. What is this structure there? It's like a bridge or something. There's a city. There's this also thing. What is this? Is that like a flag, a banner, somebody's scarf? It's a banner of some sort because there is also one here. Hmm. Are these walls or is it an air bridge? No, it's an air bridge. What is that? More banners here. These remind me of the Kodan banners a little bit. This, I don't know what this is. I'm looking at this structure and I'm trying to understand if I've seen this, but nothing comes to mind. And then there's like a futuristic city here. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, no, that's pretty much Guild Wars 3 then. Either it's Guild Wars 3 or they're really proud of what you call it, of what they're doing, therefore they also put it on Guild Wars 1 or something. Like you could still argue that like they would release it A bunch of creators. What? A bunch of creator released videos about this teaser. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah. Like, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Can you rephrase it? Because I think I read it wrong. Are you saying that a bunch of content creators received something? Just that they got some packages with a teaser beforehand. Yeah, then I'm pretty sure it's 3. Like, I am. If you ask me now, I'll tell you, yeah, this is basically RIP. This is basically RIP completely. This is basically just RIP. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And not enough comments because it's too fresh. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right. Okay, guys. Been nice. Been a good ride. I hope you enjoyed the ride. I think it's 3. Yeah, either they want to hype the next expansion beyond fucking beyond anything they've ever done before, or it's 3. And of these two, the most possible by far is literally Guild Wars 3. It's the most likely at this point. It's literally the most likely. Yeah, I'll just not play for the next 4 days and find out. That's all. And yeah, I don't know what to do. Like that killed my mood completely right now until I know. I just don't care to continue even streaming it right now. It's been 6 hours anyway. Well, 5:30. Um, no, you didn't kill the stream. They killed the stream. They killed my appetite to trust them ever again and to believe their words ever again and also to play their games ever again. Good job. I guess Evercold looks pretty cool right now. Yeah, they can go fuck themselves. If this is Guild Wars 3, they can go fuck themselves. They can literally go fuck themselves if it's 3. Best of luck to whoever goes there if it's 3. I'm not going. Enjoy living with a constant fear of and knowledge that it is going to get replaced eventually. Good job. Yeah, I do not support this at all if it's 3. Like, I really just don't support it at all. It goes against every principle I have as a gamer. So as an MMO gamer, so nah, skip. Might be the best game you've ever seen. I'll be honest. I won't play it out of principle. Fuck that shit. And don't feel responsible, but yeah. Obviously don't feel responsible. You don't have control over that, you know? But neither do I. And honestly, like, it's worth, I guess, explaining also my position on that one, right? I think it's worth explaining my position on that one. So a couple of years ago, ArenaNet officially stated they're not working on Guild Wars 3. There won't be a Guild Wars 3, and they're focused on Guild Wars 2. And if there was to be Guild Wars 3, it could take up to a fucking decade to even have anything worth announcing. So if this is Guild Wars 3 now, right? And especially after their bad handling of communication with the community about what they want to do, about all the bumpy ride all the way to Visions of Eternity, about all of these things, and the radio silence towards the end, and not upgrading Guild Wars 2, and like all of this shit. I don't know. I'm just angry at them. I'm angry at them. I don't trust them to run an MMO. I'm not interested in starting an MMO in 2026. After having started World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, and Guild Wars 2, I'm just not interested. If I was interested, it would have been a completely new MMO and not something that I already know, like Guild Wars or Warcraft or Final Fantasy. If they did Final Fantasy 15 MMO, for example, online, I wouldn't check it. I would just like be too fucking tired at that point. I would like it to be like completely new from people that I don't know and a title I've never seen and I have no contact with. That might have convinced me to start a new MMO, but in general, I'm very negative, and especially with this case, and especially with Guild Wars, and especially with I'm just like, I'm not vibing at all. I am not at all vibing with that. Like, to me, that's a dumb decision completely, if it is what it is. It could still be an expansion, but to me, this, no, sorry. Sorry, this is like really horrible to me. I don't even like the style for the teaser, even though, of course, that is nothing indicative of any final product. But I'm just not vibing. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Everything about it feels wrong to me. But feel free to feel hyped. Feel free to join it and to play and to have fun and whatever. But me, I'm done with this company. I'm just fucking done with Internet after this. If this is 3, I'm fucking done completely. Unless there is one chance, one opportunity. Mom spaghetti, okay? It's one opportunity. Maybe they announce it, but they also say, see you in 6 years, right? Then, fine. Okay. See you in 6 years, and there is also expansions for Guild Wars 2. Then I am fine. Then, yeah, okay. It's still within the parameters that they set for themselves. It's not a complete betrayal, quote unquote. Yeah, okay, but that's not gonna happen. I don't think. Because what I think has happened is that all this time I've been a fucking idiot supporting them and saying, like, they wouldn't lie in our faces, right? And then if this is Guild Wars 3, that's exactly what they've been doing. And they have been completely caught red-handed ever since that interview. And I've been completely misled. And sorry, but like I feel honestly like I don't trust companies that do sequels all the time. Maybe once is okay, but that's it. So, nah. When it is MMOs, that is okay. Let's be specific. I'm talking about MMOs. Yeah, I don't vibe with that. I don't vibe with that at all. I don't fucking vibe with it at all. I don't know. If it is 3 and you know, you guys decide to go, you have my best wishes. Unironically, go and have fun. Me, I'm just not feeling it. I'm sorry. I'm just not feeling it. I'm just not feeling it. This ain't it, dude. This ain't it. This ain't it. And the fact, like again, like it could be that it's the next expansion, but chances are low, not non-existent, but low chances, because if they also advertised it in Guild Wars 1's site or account or whatever on Blue Sky, whatever that thing is called, and also on 2, then yeah, they wouldn't announce an expansion for 2 on the Blue Sky of 1. I don't think so. So there is a non-zero chance this is an expansion or an engine upgrade, and they blow our minds like that. That would be an emotional roller coaster. I'm ready for an emotional roller coaster. That's why you see me being calm about it and just literally simply declaring that I'm done for the day for sure. And I'm done with Guild Wars for the next 4 days until we learn more. But I'm ready to be like amazed by them going, oh yeah, we definitely are reforging Guild Wars 2. I'm ready for that possibility, which is a non-zero. That's the best thing I can say about it. I can't say anything better about it and anything more optimistic. It's just a non-zero chance. That's all. There is also a non-zero chance it's an expansion. Maybe both, right? But high chance this is Guild Wars 3. In which case, I'm done. Ain't gonna touch that shit. Ain't gonna touch anything our internet makes. It's been good. I'll just close the chapter. And that's it. And also, I will just say, if it's Guild Wars 3, honestly, our internet can go fuck themselves. That's what I'll say, smiling. I say that, but I'm smiling. I'm like, yeah, okay. Sure, the game lives on. They get a sequel. New generations will play. Blah blah. It's gonna be new hardware, new engine, new this. Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't care. Go fuck yourselves. Honestly, just go fuck yourselves. If this is 3, with a smile, just, yeah. Well played, sirs. Well fucking played, sirs. I believed in you. That's what I'll say. But I'll know in 4 days. But for now, that is enough for me to just be like, I'm not feeling it. And it's also been enough hours for me to go like, whatever, I'll just stop here. I don't care. So that's it for the stream. And potentially, because there's going to be more than 4 days between, next Guild Wars 2 streams, that was the stream that was going to be on Monday, and the announcement is going to be in between. Maybe that's the last time that I stream and play Guild Wars 2. And in which case, if you have been watching me for Guild Wars 2, if it so happens, it's been nice. I'll just replace it with XCOM and I will keep streaming Skyrim as well. And I'm done with MMOs for a very long time until Evercold. And that's it. And as for Guild Wars, I'm just like never gonna look back. It's over. It's all over. So I really hope that they announce an engine upgrade or an expansion or both. Otherwise, I won't see you again unless you like the streams. In which case, Monday XCOM, Tuesday Skyrim, and whatever else other single player story driven game I decide to play. And Saturdays the usual. But Guild Wars is going to be dead for me if as a stream and as a game if they announce Guild Wars 3. So be ready for that. I'm not going to explain it separately in another stream or anything. I think it's fitting that I just say it now. Not that I'm some huge streamer or something, but like I just like explaining myself about it. And then again, in case that you were watching and you were vibing to what I do in Guild Wars 2, sorry, but I'm gonna stick to my principles. So yeah, good shit. I might even check it to see what they've done, like with the interface, what they've done with the classes, what they've done, like that kind of thing, and then just drop it, like just so that I'm not curious, like when it launches, if that's it. But beyond that, no, I will not support it in any way. They're definitely not gonna see any of my money other than maybe the admission price if there is one, and so that I can actually take it myself. But it's just taking it. I'm not gonna play it. So yeah. Whatever. If they feel that's the right way to go, then who am I to say anything? All right. Well, thanks for watching. Sorry for closing on such a shitty note. Again, not my fault. And who knows? Maybe it is an engine upgrade. Maybe it is an expansion. Maybe both. But yeah, if you don't see my stream on Guild Wars 2 again, that's what happened to it. Obviously, I'll continue streaming again, like, the games that I mentioned and everything. But yeah, if you were only here for Guild Wars, well, big rip. Be nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go play something else. Thank you for watching. It was nice streaming for you. And I hope to see you next time. I hope there is a next time for Guild Wars 2. Otherwise, I hope to see you next stream.